Hello, night wanderers, and welcome to Crowvane Manor, where old walls hold forgotten secrets and a calm voice guides you gently into sleep. Before tonight's stories begin, I'd love to know where you're listening from. Leave your city, state, or country in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see how far the stories of Crowvane Manor travel. Just a quick note before we enter the darkness. You may hear a few short ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the rest of the video will be completely ad-free. No more interruptions. Just you, the quiet night, and the stories waiting inside the manor. Now, settle into bed, close your eyes, and let the worries of the day slowly fade away. If you enjoy peaceful nights filled with mystery, please like the video, subscribe to Crowvane Manor, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new story. The doors are open. Come inside and let tonight's journey begin. In the winter of 1996, I was 25 years old and had already been working as a police officer for about 5 years. I worked in a small town east of Saginaw, Michigan. It was the kind of place where most people knew each other, or at least knew somebody who knew somebody else. Serious crime was rare. Most nights were quiet, and when something did happen, it was usually predictable. Drunk drivers, arguments between neighbors, kids breaking windows, people calling 911 because somebody's dog would not stop barking. Every once in a while, we got a car accident bad enough to remind us that the job could still become serious very quickly. But we were not a department that dealt with murders every week or dangerous criminals hiding around every corner. That winter was especially rough. Snow had been falling heavily for days, and strong winds pushed it across the roads almost as quickly as the plows could clear it away. Schools had closed. Several businesses shut down temporarily. Some roads outside town were barely usable. Everyone was tired of shoveling. Everyone was tired of the cold. Even simple calls took longer because driving anywhere outside the main roads became a slow, careful process. One night, at around 11, we received a call about a possible home intruder. The address was a few miles outside town. A farmhouse. Nothing else was clear. The dispatcher told me the caller sounded terrified, but the call had ended before much information could be gathered. There may have been someone inside the house. That was enough. I was the closest officer available. Under normal conditions, I probably could have reached the house in less than 10 minutes. That night, it took almost 20. The road became worse the farther I drove from town. Snow covered most of the pavement. In some places, I could barely tell where the road ended and the fields began. I kept both hands tight on the steering wheel and drove slowly enough that I would not slide into a ditch. There were no other cars, no houses close together. Just darkness, fields, snow, and the headlights of my cruiser. When I finally saw the farmhouse, I felt some relief. It looked normal from the road. 2 stories, white siding. A porch in front, a barn or large shed farther back. The upstairs windows were dark. A small amount of yellow light showed through the glass in the front door. I pulled into the driveway and parked. For a few seconds, I stayed inside the cruiser and watched the house. Nothing moved. No person ran from the back. No shadow crossed the window. I picked up the radio. Unit on scene. The dispatcher confirmed. I opened the door. The wind hit me immediately. It was painfully cold. I stepped out, keeping one hand near my holster while the other reached into my coat for my flashlight. I pulled my collar higher around my face. The snow around the house looked untouched. At least that was what I thought at first. Then I looked down. There were footprints. I stopped. They were large, bare human footprints. No shoes, no boots, nothing. Just the shape of feet pressed deep into the snow. I remember staring at them for several seconds before whispering, What the hell? The temperature that night was well below freezing. Nobody should have been walking barefoot outside, not for any real distance. My cruiser tires had crushed part of the trail, but enough remained that I could see where it came from. The prints started somewhere in the field to the right of the driveway. They crossed toward the road. Then they continued across the snow toward the farmhouse, straight to the front door. I crouched slightly and shined my flashlight over them. No blood, no signs of shoes being removed, just bare feet. I looked toward the field. Nothing. The darkness beyond my flashlight felt endless. Corn had been harvested months earlier, leaving the field mostly flat and open, except for broken stalks sticking through the snow. Whoever had made those prints had apparently crossed that field barefoot. I went back to the cruiser and grabbed the radio. Dispatch, I'm at the residence. I hesitated. Requesting another unit. Reason? I looked toward the footprints. I've got tracks coming from the field toward the house. What kind of tracks? Barefoot? There was a pause. Bare human footprints? Looks that way. Another pause. I could hear the dispatcher typing. I don't know what to make of it. I'm going inside. Backup is on the way. I put the radio back. Then I drew my pistol. I did not normally walk into every house with my gun out, but something about those footprints bothered me. Maybe somebody was mentally ill. Maybe they were intoxicated. Maybe the person inside was injured. Whatever the explanation, I did not like the idea of entering alone. Still, the caller might need help. I followed the prints toward the porch. The front door was slightly open. There was no broken lock, no damaged frame, no sign that somebody had forced their way inside. It looked as if the intruder had simply opened the door and walked in. I stood to one side and listened. Nothing, police. No answer. I pushed the door open with my free hand. Police department. If anyone is inside, announce yourself. Still nothing. I stepped into the house. Warm air immediately hit my face. The living room light was off, but the television was running. Some late-night program played quietly. The kitchen light was on. Everything looked normal. No overturned furniture. No broken objects. No blood. I moved slowly through the first floor. The kitchen was empty. A mug sat beside the sink. A plate rested on the counter. It looked like someone had been living an ordinary evening only minutes earlier. I checked the back door. Closed. At the time, I did not notice anything wrong with it. The living room was empty too. A jacket hung near the entrance. There were family photographs on the wall. One showed a middle-aged man and woman standing in front of what looked like the same farmhouse during summer. I called out again. No response. Then I heard something upstairs. It was faint. Maybe the floor settling. Maybe movement. I pointed the flashlight toward the staircase. Police. Nothing. I started upstairs. The wooden steps creaked beneath my boots. At the top was a narrow hallway. There was one room to the left, 2 doors to the right. The door on the left stood wide open. I checked it first. It looked like a spare bedroom. A bed, a dresser, a chair. Everything was clean enough, but there was a thin layer of dust on several surfaces. Nobody had been using the room recently. I backed into the hallway. The first door on the right was closed. I moved toward it carefully. I tried the handle. Unlocked, I pushed it open. The beam from my flashlight hit a mirror and reflected straight back into my eyes. I lowered it. Bathroom, small, narrow, a sink and counter on one side. Toilet and shower farther back. Nothing unusual. That left one door. The last one. It was directly across from the bathroom. I remember standing in front of it and suddenly feeling very aware of how quiet the house was. No television noise reached upstairs. No wind, no voices, just my own breathing. I grabbed the doorknob. It turned. I pushed. The door moved only an inch, then stopped. Something was behind it. At first, I thought somebody was holding it shut from the other side. Police. No answer. I pushed harder. The door moved slightly more. Whatever was behind it slid across the floor. Then I heard a wet sound, a heavy thud, followed by a long, dragging noise. I stopped pushing. My stomach tightened. I pushed again. The door slowly opened wider. Something dark appeared on the floor. At first, I thought it was a shadow. Then my flashlight moved across it. Blood. A huge amount of blood. It had spread across the floor and been smeared into long streaks by whatever I was moving with the door. My heart started pounding. I stepped around the edge of the pool. Then I looked behind the door. There was a hand. A limp, blood-covered hand. A landline telephone receiver rested inside it. The cord stretched across the floor. I moved the flashlight farther. I will not describe everything I saw. I have spent decades trying not to remember it clearly. The person behind the door had been attacked with a level of violence I had never seen before. The body was broken badly enough that I could not immediately tell whether the victim was male or female. Clothing was torn. Blood covered the walls near the floor. It looked less like a crime scene and more like something an animal had done. My body reacted before my training did. I turned around and rushed into the bathroom. I barely reached the toilet before I threw up. I dropped to my knees. My pistol and flashlight went onto the counter beside me. I stayed there longer than I should have. I was young. I had seen dead bodies before. Car crashes, an overdose, a suicide. But nothing like this. Nothing even close. I remember my hands shaking against the edge of the toilet. I kept trying to breathe. Then I heard footsteps. Fast, heavy, something ran past the bathroom door. I saw a dark shape in my peripheral vision. That snapped me back into the job. I grabbed my pistol and flashlight. Police. Stop. I ran into the hallway. The figure was already at the stairs. I caught only a small part of it in the flashlight beam. Tall, dark, moving on two legs. At least I thought it was. I chased it. I practically jumped down the stairs because it was moving so quickly. Halfway down, I heard glass explode. The crash came from the back of the house. By the time I reached the living room, cold air was already blowing through the first floor. The back door had been destroyed. Glass covered the floor. The frame was damaged. Whatever I had seen upstairs had gone straight through it. Not opened it, through it. I stopped several feet away. Outside was complete darkness. No moon, no nearby lights. The snow reflected only a small amount of light from inside the house. I pointed my flashlight through the broken doorway. Nothing. Then I noticed blood on the floor. Fresh blood. A trail ran from the stairs toward the back door. I stepped closer. There were prints in it, but they were not the same footprints I had seen outside the front of the house. These looked wrong. The shapes were thicker, wider, almost like paws. Only the back part of each foot touched the floor fully. In front were several pointed marks. Claws. I crouched. My mind tried to turn them into boot prints. Maybe the tread from strange shoes, maybe the blood had distorted them. But I knew what I was looking at. Whatever had run through that house had left animal-like tracks. Large ones. I followed them to the broken door. Outside, they continued into the snow. For several steps, I could still see the dark marks, blood against white. Then the trail disappeared into the night. I did not follow. People have asked me whether I regret that. No, I do not. I had already made enough mistakes that night by going inside alone. I was not going to chase something into a freezing field when I did not know what it was, where it was going, or whether my gun could stop it. So I stood there, completely frozen, my pistol aimed at the darkness. Then, far away, I heard a siren. Back up, the sound pulled me back to reality. I watched the doorway for another few seconds. Then I returned to the front of the house. A cruiser appeared on the road. I went onto the porch and waved my flashlight. 2 officers arrived. I remember trying to explain quickly. One victim upstairs. What happened? I don't know. Suspect? Ran out the back. Description? That question stopped me. I could not answer. Male? I don't know. White? Black? I don't know. What was he wearing? I only saw... I stopped. One officer looked at me. Saw what? I remember saying something. They thought I was in shock. Maybe I was. We cleared the house again. The victim was confirmed dead. More units arrived later. The rest of the night became a blur. Statements, photographs, questions. I had blood on my boots. Someone gave me coffee. I never drank it. At one point, an officer asked why there were 2 different kinds of tracks. I told him I did not know. The barefoot trail ended at the front door. The animal-like trail left through the back. We searched the property. Nothing. No injured suspect. No clothing. No weapon. No blood trail continuing far enough to follow. The snow should have made tracking easy. That was the strangest part. Anything running from that house should have left obvious prints. Instead, after a short distance, the tracks simply became impossible to follow. Maybe the wind covered them. Maybe more snow fell. That was the official explanation. I never believed it. I barely remember the paperwork afterward. I wrote the report carefully. I included the barefoot footprints. I included the damaged back door. I included the strange prints in the blood. I did not write that I thought they looked like paws. I described them as unusual partial impressions. That sounded safer. Professional, normal. Nothing about that night felt normal. The victim was eventually removed. I remember 2 officers talking quietly near the kitchen while I sat in the living room. One said the body had already been taken. The other said something about the county handling it from there. At the time, I did not think much of it. I expected an investigation, autopsy, search warrants, interviews, maybe state police involvement. A murder that violent in a quiet farming area should have become the biggest case our town had seen in years. Instead, almost nothing happened. That is what bothered me most. The next day, I asked about the victim. I was told not to worry about it. A few days later, I asked if the state police had found anything. No answer. I tried checking the report. Parts of it were missing from the normal file system. I assumed paperwork had been moved because of the investigation. Then the farmhouse case simply stopped being discussed. No press conference. No request for information. No warning to the public that a killer might be loose. I checked the local newspaper. Nothing. That made no sense. A person had been brutally murdered in their own bedroom. A police officer had chased the suspected killer through the house. Yet there was almost no public record that anything happened. I asked one of my supervisors. He told me the case had been transferred. Transferred to who? Don't worry about it. State? He looked at me for a long moment. Then repeated. Don't worry about it. That answer stayed with me. I started sleeping badly. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the hallway, the blood behind the door, that dark figure running toward the stairs. Sometimes I dreamed that I followed it outside. In those dreams, the footprints changed while I watched. Human, then something else. Human, then something else. I also started thinking about the first trail, the bare feet. The prints had crossed the field and entered through the front door, but the prints leaving the house were completely different. For a while, I convinced myself there had been 2 people. Maybe one barefoot person entered. Then an animal escaped. But what animal runs through a house on two legs? What animal understands doors? What animal leaves a human-shaped shadow running down a hallway? I never found an answer. A couple of weeks later, I drove past the farmhouse during daylight. I did not stop. The front door had been replaced. The broken back door was covered. No police tape, no vehicles, no sign of an active investigation. The house looked empty. By March, the snow began melting. I was still working, but I had changed. Every time we got a call outside town, especially at night, I felt sick. I started hesitating before entering houses. I watched fields more than roads. If I saw footprints in snow, I checked them twice. My coworkers noticed. Some joked that the farmhouse had scared me. They were right. I did not care. By spring of 1997, I resigned. Officially, I said I wanted a different career. That was partly true. The real reason was simpler. I no longer trusted the job, not because of danger. Police work is dangerous. I knew that when I joined. What I could not handle was knowing that something had happened right in front of me, and everyone above me seemed determined to pretend it had not. A person died. I saw the body. I saw the blood. I saw something run from that house. And then the case disappeared. Over the years, I occasionally searched public records. Nothing I searched newspaper archives. Nothing I looked for the farmhouse on old maps. It was there. The property existed. People had lived there. But I could never find anything connected to a murder in the winter of 1996. Sometimes I wondered whether I had remembered the address incorrectly. I had not. I still remember it. I will not share it. I drove past the area once many years later. The farmhouse was gone. A newer home stood farther back from the road. The fields were still there. I almost stopped and asked the owners whether they knew what used to be on the property. I kept driving. I am much older now. For most of my life, I have tried telling myself that there must have been a normal explanation. A disturbed person. A violent attack. Confusing tracks. Bad visibility. Shock. Then some kind of investigation I simply was not allowed to know about. That explanation gets harder to believe every year. There is one detail I have never been able to forget. When I first arrived, the barefoot tracks went straight from the field into the house. There were no prints coming back out. Only those paw-like impressions through the rear. For years, I kept thinking that meant something entered the farmhouse as a person and left as something else. I know how ridiculous that sounds. I was a police officer. I believed in evidence, facts, things I could put into reports. But I know what I saw. And I know how quickly everyone tried to erase it. The winter of 1996 was one of the coldest I remember. Sometimes, when snow begins falling heavily even now, I still find myself looking outside. I look for tracks, especially bare human ones. And when I see an untouched field stretching into the distance, I remember standing outside that farmhouse with my flashlight pointed into the darkness. I remember those strange prints disappearing into the snow. And I remember thinking that whatever had gone into those fields was still close enough to be watching me. Maybe it was. Maybe that was why nobody wanted the investigation to continue. Maybe they already knew what we were dealing with. I never found out. By the time spring came, I had left the department. I never wore a badge again. This happened recently, and even though nothing violent actually happened, the whole thing has been bothering me ever since. At the time, I was mostly focused on getting away from the situation without making it worse. It was only afterward, once I was safely back in my vehicle and driving away, that I started thinking about how strange the entire encounter had been. I am a 43-year-old woman, and I was stopping at a truck stop while I was out driving. It was an ordinary stop, nothing unusual about it. The place was busy enough that I did not feel isolated. There were trucks parked outside, people coming and going, and the usual bright lights around the building and parking lot. I went inside, bought what I needed, and started heading back out to my vehicle. As I reached the door, I noticed a man walking behind me. I did what I would normally do for anyone and held the door open for him. That was it. Just a normal, polite gesture. He thanked me as he came through, and I expected that to be the end of the interaction. I was already turning toward the parking lot when he started talking to me again. He looked at what I had bought and told me that my purchase was not healthy for me. I remember being surprised by how direct he was. I had not asked for his opinion. I did not know this man. We had exchanged maybe 2 words at that point, and suddenly he was commenting on what I was eating or drinking like he had some kind of authority over my choices. At first, I did not immediately think anything dangerous was happening. It just seemed rude. There are people who feel comfortable saying strange things to strangers, and I assumed this was probably one of those situations. I thought maybe if I gave him a short answer and kept walking, the conversation would end. Instead, he continued. He told me that I should come over to his U-Haul because he had something healthier he could give me. That was the first moment when the situation really started feeling wrong. I looked toward him, trying to figure out whether I had misunderstood what he had said. I had not. He was seriously suggesting that I walk across a truck stop parking lot with a complete stranger to his U-Haul so he could give me something. I remember thinking, absolutely not. There was no reason for me to go anywhere near his vehicle. I did not know what he supposedly wanted to give me, and honestly, I did not care. If the conversation had ended there, it still would have been weird. But then, he put his arm around me. That changed everything. There is a huge difference between someone talking to you in a way that makes you uncomfortable and someone physically touching you. His arm came around me as if we knew each other. We did not. I had never seen this man before in my life. There had been no invitation, no reason, nothing that could possibly make that kind of contact appropriate. I immediately became aware of how close he was. He started trying to guide me in the direction of his vehicle. It was not like he violently grabbed me or started dragging me across the parking lot. That almost made the situation harder to process in the moment. His movements were casual. Too casual. Like he expected me to simply go along with him. Like putting his arm around a stranger and walking her toward his truck was a completely normal thing to do. That bothered me almost as much as the physical contact itself. There was confidence in the way he did it. He did not seem embarrassed. He did not hesitate. He acted like I would cooperate. At the same time, he asked me if I was married. That question made the entire interaction feel even more uncomfortable. I immediately told him yes. Happily, I wanted the answer to be as clear as possible. I was not interested. I was not available. I did not want whatever conversation he thought we were having. But more importantly, I wanted him to let go of me. I started twisting myself out from under his arm. I did it quickly, but I tried not to make it dramatic. That is something I have thought about a lot since then. Part of me wishes I had immediately yelled at him to get his hands off me. Part of me wishes I had made a scene. But in the moment, I was thinking about how unpredictable strangers can be. I did not know this man. I did not know how he would react if I embarrassed him or became aggressive. I did not know whether he was drunk, high, unstable, or simply someone who had no understanding of personal boundaries. So instead of yelling, I focused on creating distance. I slipped out of his hold and started backing away from him. I kept moving toward my own vehicle. He did not immediately leave me alone. That is probably the part that made the situation feel stranger afterward. A normal person would have understood. If you put your arm around someone and they physically pull away from you, that is a very obvious message. They do not want to be touched. They do not want to be close to you. They want space. He either did not understand that or did not care. I kept moving backward. I wanted to keep him in front of me while putting as much distance between us as possible. I did not want to turn my back on him. I also did not want him getting between me and my vehicle. At that point, I was mainly thinking about reaching my car. Then, completely out of nowhere, he asked me how old I thought he was. That question caught me off guard. It was so disconnected from what had just happened that for a second I did not know how to respond. He had just criticized what I bought, invited me to his U-Haul, put his arm around me, asked if I was married, and tried to guide me toward his vehicle. Now he wanted me to guess his age. It was bizarre. I remember thinking, why do you care how old I think you are? But again, I was trying to keep the interaction from escalating. I wanted to get to my vehicle, end the conversation, and leave. So I gave him an answer. I told him I thought he was around 48. Honestly, I was being generous. To me, he looked like he was somewhere in his 50s. I was not trying to insult him. I was not interested enough in him to insult him. I just picked an age so I could answer the question and hopefully keep moving. Apparently, 48 was not the answer he wanted. His attitude changed immediately. He told me he was actually in his 30s. Then he became offended. He started questioning me about why I thought he looked 48. His tone became more intense. He kept asking what made me think he was that old. I could not believe we were having this conversation. A few seconds earlier, this stranger had been physically touching me without permission. Now he was upset because I had guessed his age wrong. There was something almost surreal about it. I wanted to say, maybe because you asked a complete stranger an awkward question and then got angry when you did not like the answer. But I did not. I kept backing toward my vehicle. He continued talking. He seemed genuinely bothered. His whole attention had shifted to defending his appearance and demanding an explanation for why I thought he was older than he actually was. That reaction made me more uncomfortable, not less. It showed me how quickly his mood could change over something completely meaningless. If a person becomes upset because a stranger guesses their age incorrectly, how are they going to react when that stranger tells them to back off? That was exactly why I did not want to escalate anything. I kept giving him short answers while moving away. I was not trying to be friendly anymore. I was simply trying to leave. Once I finally reached my vehicle, I opened the door and got inside as quickly as I could. The second I was in, I locked the doors. That little click from the locks made me feel much better. There was finally something physical between us. I started the vehicle and pulled away. I did not sit there. I did not check my phone. I did not organize anything. I just wanted to leave the truck stop. As I drove away, I kept checking my mirrors. I wanted to make absolutely sure he was not following me. I watched for the U-Haul. I paid attention to the vehicles leaving behind me. For the first few minutes, I was much more focused on whether he was coming after me than on what had actually happened. Thankfully, he did not follow me. Once I was sure of that, I finally started thinking through the encounter. That was when the anger hit me. During the interaction, I had not actually felt like I was in immediate danger. I was uncomfortable. I wanted to leave. I knew the situation was weird. But I did not have that overwhelming feeling that I was about to be attacked. Afterward, though, I became furious. Who does that? Who walks up to a complete stranger, criticizes what she bought, puts an arm around her, and starts directing her toward a truck? Who thinks that is acceptable? The more I replayed it, the worse it sounded. The part that kept bothering me was his arm around me. He had crossed that boundary so naturally. There was no hesitation. That is what really stayed with me. It was not like he reached toward me and then stopped when he saw I was uncomfortable. He simply put his arm around me as if he had every right to do it. Then he tried to walk me toward his U-Haul. I kept asking myself, what would have happened if I had been more passive? What if I had frozen instead of pulling away? What if I had been younger and less confident? What if I had been someone who was too nervous to say no? Would he actually have walked me all the way to the U-Haul? And then what? Maybe he genuinely had some kind of food or health product he wanted to give me. Maybe he was just a strange guy with terrible boundaries. That is possible. But even if that was all it was, the behavior was still unacceptable. You do not put your arm around someone you do not know and guide them toward your vehicle. There is no innocent reason that requires doing that. You can talk from several feet away. You can offer something without touching someone. You can take no for an answer. He did none of those things. I also started thinking about the marriage question. Why ask me that while trying to walk me toward his truck? Maybe he was flirting. Maybe he was trying to find out if I was available. But if that was his idea of flirting, it was disturbing. There was no normal conversation first. No introduction. No attempt to see if I was interested. He went from a comment about my purchase straight into physical contact and personal questions. I sometimes wonder if the marriage question was not really about flirting at all. Maybe he was trying to figure out whether someone might be waiting for me. Was there a husband nearby? Was someone expecting me? Was there another person who would notice if I disappeared for a few minutes? I do not know. That may be reading too much into it. But once someone has already tried to guide you toward their vehicle, those questions start feeling different. Then there was his age question. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Why did that matter so much to him? Why did he need my approval? Why become angry at me because I guessed wrong? His reaction made the whole encounter feel unpredictable. One second he was acting overly friendly. The next second, he was offended and berating me. That quick change was another reason I was glad I had not confronted him aggressively. I have seen people online say that women should always scream, fight, or immediately tell someone like that exactly where to go. I understand the instinct. Sometimes that absolutely is the right thing to do. But when you are actually standing in a parking lot with a stranger who has already ignored normal boundaries, you have to make decisions based on what feels safest in that moment. I did not know what was in his truck. I did not know whether he had a weapon. I did not know whether someone else was with him. I did not know whether he would get violent if I embarrassed him. My only goal was to get away. Being polite was not about liking him. It was not about respecting his behavior. It was a way to manage the situation until I had a locked door between us. Still, afterward, I was angry at myself. I kept thinking that I had been too nice. Why did I answer his age question? Why did I even stay in the conversation? Why did I not immediately tell him to get his arm off me? Why did I care whether I hurt his feelings? Those questions bothered me for a while. But I eventually realized that in the moment, I was not really being nice. I was being careful. There is a difference. I was trying to keep him calm while I moved toward safety. That worked. I got out of his hold. I created distance. I reached my vehicle. I locked the doors. I left. He did not follow me. That was the outcome I wanted. But the encounter still gave me the creeps. I keep wondering what exactly he thought was happening between us. Did he really believe I was going to walk over to a U-Haul with him because he told me my purchase was unhealthy? Did he expect me to leave my own vehicle behind and follow a complete stranger? Did he think putting his arm around me would make me more comfortable? There is such a disconnect between normal behavior and what he did. That is what makes it difficult to understand. I can understand someone being awkward. I can understand someone trying badly to flirt. I can understand someone making an unwanted comment. This felt different. There were too many things happening too quickly. The comment about my purchase, the invitation to his truck, the arm around me, the question about whether I was married, the attempt to walk me in another direction. Then, the sudden demand that I guess his age. Then, the anger when I guessed wrong. It felt like I never knew what he was going to do or say next. That unpredictability is what made me want distance. I also keep thinking about how public the location was. Truck stops feel safe in a certain way because there are usually people around. Lights everywhere, cameras, employees inside, drivers coming and going. But those places are also huge. The parking lots can stretch a long way. People are constantly arriving and leaving, so strangers do not stand out. Someone can be near you 1 minute and gone the next. There are trucks, trailers, vans, and large vehicles everywhere. If a person tells you to walk toward one of them, it may only be 20 or 30 feet away. But once you are between those vehicles, you can suddenly be hidden from the main entrance. I do not know how close his U-Haul actually was, because I never intended to go with him. I only remember the direction he seemed to be trying to take me. That thought bothers me. If I had walked even part of the way with him, would I still have been visible from the front of the truck stop? Maybe. Maybe not. I am glad I never had to find out. I think what scared me most afterward was realizing how easily a strange encounter can begin with something harmless. I held a door. That was all. I did something I have probably done hundreds of times. Someone was behind me, so I held the door open. There was nothing suggestive about it. Nothing personal. But somehow, in his mind, that became an invitation to start commenting on me, touching me, and trying to lead me somewhere. It made me think about how quickly ordinary situations can change. 1 minute, you are leaving a store. The next minute, you are calculating how far you are from your car and whether the stranger touching you is going to become angry when you pull away. I hate that. I do not want an experience like this to make me suspicious of every person around me. Most people are normal. Most people would simply say, "Thank you," when someone holds a door. But now I know I will probably be more aware of who is walking behind me when I leave places like that. I will probably keep my keys ready before I step outside. I will pay more attention to where I park. And if someone I do not know tries to put an arm around me again, I am getting away immediately. I do not care whether they think I am rude. There was another detail I thought about later. He had already been behind me when I was walking out. That means he had some opportunity to see me before we actually spoke. Maybe he noticed what I bought while we were inside. Maybe he had already decided he was going to talk to me before I held the door. I have no way of knowing, but I sometimes wonder whether the door had anything to do with it at all. Maybe he was looking for an excuse to start a conversation. Maybe if I had not held the door, he would have said something anyway. Again, I will never know. There is also the possibility that he behaves like this with a lot of people. That thought is disturbing in a different way. Maybe he has done this before and found that some women freeze or try to stay polite. Maybe he knows how far he can push before someone makes a scene. Maybe the casual way he put his arm around me came from practice. I do not like assuming the worst about strangers, but his confidence stood out. He did not seem unsure about touching me. He acted like it was normal. That is what keeps returning to my mind. If someone accidentally crosses a boundary, they usually recognize it when you move away. He did not seem embarrassed. He just moved on to another question. The entire encounter made me feel like my discomfort did not matter to him. Everything was about what he wanted to say, what he wanted me to do, what he wanted to know, my purchase, his healthier option, his truck, my marriage, his age, his feelings about my answer. At no point did he seem concerned with whether I actually wanted to be part of the conversation. That is probably the clearest way I can describe why it felt so unsettling. It was like I was not really a person to him. I was just someone he had decided to interact with, and he expected me to go along with it. I am grateful that my instincts told me to create distance. I am grateful my vehicle was close. I am grateful he did not try to block my path. I am especially grateful he did not follow me when I left. I checked my mirrors more times than I can remember. Every set of headlights behind me made me tense up for a moment. I kept watching for the shape of a U-Haul. Eventually, once I was sure he was not behind me, I started to relax. But the anger stayed. Even now, I am not sure what his intentions were. Maybe he was just a socially inappropriate man who thought he was being charming. Maybe he was lonely. Maybe he was trying to sell or give away some health product. Maybe he had no bad intentions at all. But I do not think intentions erase behavior. A stranger does not need to intend to hurt you for a situation to be unsafe. Someone who ignores physical boundaries and does not recognize obvious discomfort is already showing you that normal rules do not mean much to them. That is enough reason to leave. I have replayed one part more than anything else. That moment when his arm came around me. It happened so casually that my brain needed a second to catch up. I remember thinking, why is this man touching me? Then, immediately, why is he trying to move me toward his truck? Those few seconds were enough. Whatever explanation he might have had, I did not need to hear it. I wanted out of the situation. I still sometimes wonder what would have happened if I had actually gone over to the U-Haul. Maybe he would have opened the back and handed me a bottle of water or some kind of snack. Maybe I would have felt silly for being worried. But there is another possibility. Maybe the second I got closer to that vehicle, the situation would have become much harder to leave. That is why I am glad I trusted the feeling that told me not to go. There are situations where you can stay and figure out whether someone is harmless. There are others where it is better to leave first and wonder about it later. This was one of those. I did not need proof that he was dangerous. I did not need to wait for him to do something worse. The fact that a stranger had put his arm around me and was trying to guide me toward his vehicle was enough. If there is one part of the encounter I am trying not to blame myself for, it is the fact that I stayed relatively polite. At first, I was angry about that. I thought maybe I should have been louder or more forceful. But the more I think about it, the more I believe I handled it the way I needed to. I did not freeze. I did not go with him. I pulled away. I created distance. I kept him where I could see him. I got into my vehicle. I locked the doors. I left. And I made sure he did not follow me. Sometimes getting away safely matters more than winning the interaction. I still do not know who he was. I do not know whether he really was in his 30s. I do not know what he supposedly had in that U-Haul. I do not know why he thought he could touch me. And I definitely do not know why he cared so much about whether I thought he looked 48. The entire conversation was strange from beginning to end. What bothers me most is how quickly it went from ordinary to uncomfortable. I walked out of a truck stop. I held a door for a man. He said, "Thank you." That should have been the whole story. Instead, a few moments later, he had his arm around me and was trying to walk me toward his truck. Maybe nothing bad would have happened. Maybe he was completely harmless. But I will never know, because I did not give him the chance to find out. And I am perfectly fine with that. The whole experience reminded me that sometimes your instincts react before your mind can explain exactly what is wrong. At the time, I kept trying to stay calm, because I did not want to overreact. Afterward, I realized I had plenty of reason to be uncomfortable. A stranger touched me without permission. He tried to move me toward another location. He ignored the fact that I was pulling away. He became irritated over something meaningless. That is enough. I do not need to know what his plan was. I only know that I did not want to be part of it. I was angry for a while that I had even answered him. Now, I am mostly relieved that I left when I did. Because whatever he wanted me to see inside or around that U-Haul, I never found out. And after thinking about the whole encounter again and again, I think not knowing is much better than the alternative. It was a gloomy afternoon as I made my way through the streets toward the center of Stillwater. Thick, dark clouds hung over the town, looking as if they could break open at any moment. A cold breeze moved between the houses and carried the smell of rain with it. Normally, weather like that would have made Stillwater feel even more depressing than usual. That day, I did not care. It could have started pouring. Thunder could have shaken the windows, and lightning could have split the sky, and I still would have been smiling. I had been invited to a sleepover. It was the first sleepover I had ever been invited to in my life. I was so excited that I left my house more than an hour early. I did not even bring anything to entertain myself while I waited. No toys, no books, nothing. I was happy just sitting at the park and enjoying the feeling that somebody actually wanted me around. The plan was simple. Casey and I would meet at the park because we lived fairly close to each other. Then we would walk together to Bryce's house. Even though I had far too much time, I moved down the sidewalk so quickly that anyone watching might have thought I was chasing an ice cream truck. The cold air felt good against my hot cheeks. For once, Stillwater did not seem ugly. The autumn leaves that normally looked wet and brown seemed brighter, filled with deep reds and oranges. The smell of pine moved through the streets from the forest surrounding the town. Everything felt different. Maybe Stillwater had not changed. Maybe I had. When the playground finally came into view, I felt another rush of excitement. For a second, I hoped Casey might already be there. Maybe he had been just as excited as I was and had come early, too. The park was empty. That did not disappoint me. I pulled my backpack higher onto my shoulder and picked up my pace. That was my mistake. One of the old trees beside the sidewalk had grown large enough that its roots had pushed a section of concrete upward. I was not watching where I was going. The front of my shoe caught the raised edge. I went down hard. 1 second, I was nearly running. The next, I was lying on wet pavement. Cold water soaked through my shirt and jeans from a shallow puddle beneath me. Then the pain came. My knee burned badly enough that I knew I had torn the skin before I even looked. My jeans were already old and full of holes, so they had done almost nothing to protect me. I slowly pushed myself up. When I looked down at my knee, I felt sick. The skin had been scraped away over a large patch. The raw tissue underneath was pink and red, mixed with dirt and dirty rainwater. A few seconds later, fresh blood began running down my leg. I tried bending my knee and immediately winced. Oh dear. A woman's voice called out behind me. She sounded genuinely worried. I turned. A woman was walking toward me from the street. She wore a long black skirt and a dark shawl draped over her shoulders and head. Her clothes looked elegant, almost too fancy for Stillwater. Her high heels clicked against the pavement as she approached. People in my part of town did not normally dress like that. The only people I knew who wore expensive-looking clothes were Casey's parents or visitors from somewhere else. That alone made her seem important. Special. For a moment, I forgot about the pain in my knee. She moved toward me with an easy, graceful walk. Before I could pretend I was fine and continued toward the park, she was beside me. My eyes immediately dropped toward the ground. I was not comfortable getting attention from adults. Even though I had fallen by accident, part of me automatically felt as if I had done something wrong. Was she going to be angry because I was outside alone? Would she ask where my parents were? Would she insist on taking me home? If she did, I might miss the sleepover. That thought frightened me more than the bleeding knee. My chest tightened. Then I felt a warm hand settle gently on my shoulder. The woman touched my chin and carefully lifted my face until I looked at her. "Are you okay, sweetheart?" That looked like a terrible fall. Most of her face had been hidden beneath the shawl and a pair of sunglasses. Up close, I could see that she was beautiful. A few bright red curls had slipped out from beneath the dark fabric around her head. Her skin was smooth, and her lips were painted a deep red. Then she took off her sunglasses. Her eyes were an icy blue. They fixed directly on me. I became too nervous to answer at first. Eventually, I managed a small nod. She smiled. Apparently, that was good enough. Her hand moved from my shoulder to my cheek. Then her fingers brushed gently through my hair. A strange warmth traveled through me. I stayed completely still. Looking back now, I cannot believe how many warning signs I missed. A stranger touching my face, playing with my hair, acting far too familiar with a child she had never met. But I was young. More importantly, I was not used to affection. At home, nobody touched me like that. Nobody looked worried because I was hurt. Nobody called me sweetheart. So instead of becoming afraid, I leaned slightly into her hand. Some part of me did not want her to stop. The woman looked me over carefully. Her gaze finally moved down to my injured knee. Blood had started soaking into the torn edges of my jeans. She made a sad face and clicked her tongue. "Oh, doll, you don't look fine at all. Poor thing. That must hurt, doesn't it?" I shook my head too quickly, and no, I'm okay. Thank you. She clearly did not believe me. Her hand moved down my arm and gently linked through it. Before I could argue, she started guiding me toward a nearby bench. "Come on, darling, sit down before you fall again. Let's see if we can clean that up." Again, I should have resisted. But adults had always taught me that children were supposed to listen. You did not argue. You did not say no, especially if you wanted to avoid making them angry. This woman was being kind. I did not want her kindness to disappear. So I sat. She removed the extra layer of fabric from around her shoulders and placed it over me. Warmth covered my body almost immediately. The material smelled strongly of sweet perfume. She had me stretch out my injured leg. Then she opened her purse and removed a handkerchief. "This might sting a little," she said with a playful smile. "But don't worry, we'll clean it up." I winced as she pressed the cloth against the wound. She carefully wiped away dirt, blood, and muddy water. It hurt, but the pain was easier to handle when somebody was being gentle with me. I watched her face while she worked. That faint smile never left her lips. By the time she finished, my knee still hurt, but the fear was gone. Then something happened that I did not understand at the time. A small drop of my blood was on her finger. "Oops," she said with a laugh. "Got a little on me." Before I could react, she raised the finger to her mouth. Her tongue moved across it. She licked my blood away. At that age, it barely registered as strange. I had seen people suck blood from their own fingers after a small cut. Somehow, my brain treated this the same way. Thinking about it now makes my stomach turn. She searched through her purse again. I know I have something else in here. Then, she smiled. There we are. She pulled out a Band-Aid. Always smart to keep one of these around, especially when you're as clumsy as I am. That made me smile. She opened the wrapper, carefully placed the bandage over the scrape, and pressed the edges down. There, all better. Her blue eyes met mine. How are you feeling now, darling? I almost did not know how to answer. Was I okay? The feeling inside me was unfamiliar. It was warm, safe for a strange moment. I wondered if I had spent my whole life believing I was okay when I actually had no idea what being okay felt like. Maybe this was it. Someone noticing that I was hurt. Someone caring. Thank you, I whispered. She smiled again and brushed my hair. Of course, dear, I'm happy to help. My name is Adeline. What's yours? Jessie, her face brightened. Jessie? What a wonderful name. Like a cowboy. She gently tapped the bandage on my knee. You seem tough like one, too. I laughed quietly. She laughed with me. Well, Jessie, where were you going in such a hurry? I looked toward the park. I'm meeting a friend. We're having a sleepover. Oh, how exciting. Adeline looked toward the playground. Then her smile became smaller. But I don't see your friend anywhere. Are you sure you're in the right place? I nodded. I got here early. How early? I hesitated. We're supposed to meet at 4:30. Adeline looked at a thin silver watch on her wrist. Then she laughed softly. Sweetheart, that's more than an hour from now. Her arm moved around my shoulders. You'll freeze waiting out here that long. Look at you. Your clothes are wet, and those poor jeans are full of holes. She was right. The excitement had stopped me from noticing it before, but I was cold. Then she asked, Are you hungry? I looked at her. She continued before I could answer. There's a lovely diner not far from here. My sisters and I were just going there. Why don't you come with us? You can warm up, dry off, and have something to eat while you wait. She smiled. Our treat. I looked toward the road. A car was parked nearby. 2 women were inside. The woman behind the wheel had dark hair. When she noticed me looking, she smiled. A blonde woman in the back seat raised herself slightly and waved. My stomach growled. Food had never been guaranteed at home. Eating enough was something I knew other families did, but not something I expected. Going to a restaurant was even more rare. I immediately imagined burgers and fries. For 1 second, I almost said yes. Then, a small warning finally managed to rise inside me. She was still a stranger. Kind or not, I did not know her, and I had always been nervous around adults. I looked toward the path Casey would eventually use. Maybe he would arrive early. I should probably wait here, I said. But thank you. Adeline laughed as if I had said something adorable. Oh, sweetie, you already told me he'll be another hour. We'll have you back before he even knows you left. The offer sounded so reasonable. More than that, she sounded as if making me happy was the most important thing in the world. I slowly moved a little closer to her. Are you sure it wouldn't be trouble? Her hand tightened around my shoulder. Of course not. It would be our honor to have such a polite young man join us. Then she linked her arm through mine again and started helping me to my feet. I followed. I was almost completely under her spell by then. I mean that more literally than I understood at the time. Then a voice called across the park. Jessie. Everything changed. Adeline had completely filled my attention for several minutes. The promise of food, warmth, and kindness had almost made me forget why I was there in the first place. Then I saw Casey running toward me. His face was filled with excitement. He had come early. just like I had hoped. Casey. I pulled away from Adeline without even thinking. Casey laughed when he reached the playground. You came early, too. Bryce called. He said we can come over now. I was going to run to your house to get you. The happiness that hit me was completely different from what I had felt with Adeline. This was real. My friend had come early because he wanted to see me. I smiled so hard my face hurt. Just a second. I turned toward Adeline. I wanted to thank her. But she was no longer looking at me. She was staring at the car. The two women inside were no longer smiling either. The dark-haired woman seemed to say something to Adeline. I was too young and excited to understand what I was seeing. Thank you for helping me, I said. It was really nice meeting you. I turned to run toward Casey. Adeline grabbed my wrist. Hard, the warmth was gone. Her fingers dug into me with a grip that felt much more familiar than the gentle touch she had used before. I turned around. Her smile had disappeared. The moment she noticed my confusion, she loosened her hand and forced the smile back onto her face. Hang on, Jesse. Leaving? Already? Guilt immediately filled me. She sounded hurt. I felt terrible for disappointing her after everything she had done. I should go, I said, but I really am thankful. Her lip twitched. At least let us drive you there. You shouldn't walk on that leg. For a moment, I considered it. Not because I wanted the ride anymore. Because I felt that I owed her something. Jesse, come on. Casey's voice pulled me back again. He smiled and waved. The difference between his smile and theirs was suddenly impossible to ignore, even if I did not fully understand why. Casey wanted nothing from me. He was simply happy I was there. I looked back at Adeline. That's okay. I'll be fine. Thank you. Her blue eyes studied me. Then there was movement across the street. A couple came out of a nearby house and walked toward their car. They looked toward us. They saw me. They saw Adeline. They saw the waiting car. Only then did Adeline release my wrist completely. Her smile returned. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Jesse. Take care. I believed her. I ran toward Casey and forgot about her almost immediately. By the time the sleepover ended the next morning, Adeline had nearly disappeared from my thoughts. The night at Bryce's had been one of the best experiences of my childhood. We played games. We laughed until our stomachs hurt. We talked about shows, movies, and characters we liked. Nobody yelled. Nobody made me feel unwanted. Bryce's family treated me normally. That alone felt unreal. I remember wishing the night did not have to end. Then I had to go home. The walk back felt much slower than the walk to the park had the day before. When I entered my house, I tried to move quietly. My mother was in the kitchen. For a moment, I hoped she would ignore me. Then she noticed the Band-Aid. What happened? Nothing. I fell. I'm fine. She looked at the damaged jeans. Well, your jeans aren't fine. Clothes cost money, Jesse. Stop putting holes in them. Okay, I lowered my head. Sorry, that was all. I went to my room. That was when I remembered Adeline. I remembered the concern on her face when she saw me bleeding. Her hand in my hair. Her warm shawl. Her voice. Then I compared it to my mother's reaction. That difference stayed with me. For years, the memory of Adeline became something comforting. She became proof that kind adults existed. Even if my home was cold and uncaring, there were people outside it who might notice a hurt child and stop to help. That small encounter changed me. It made me less afraid of adults. It made me more willing to trust kindness. It became part of the person I wanted to grow into. That is why learning the truth hurt so much. None of it had been kindness. Adeline had not cared about my knee. She had not touched my hair because she felt sorry for me. She had not offered food because she was worried that I was cold or hungry. Every action had been planned. She wanted me to trust her, to love her, to see her as the kind of adult I wished I had at home. And it had worked. If Casey had arrived only a few minutes later, I probably would have gotten into that car. If Adeline had told me the sleepover was canceled and invited me to stay with her instead, I might have gone willingly. That is the part that still terrifies me. She had put a spell over me. Literally, if things had gone only slightly differently that day, I would not be here now. We would never have returned to the manor. Casey would not have died, and the world might have forgotten that I had ever existed. I stood in the manor's basement now, staring at the concrete wall where hundreds of silver threads glowed faintly. I wondered where mine would have ended if Adeline had taken me all those years ago. Where would my memory have been stored? Which thread would have belonged to me? They had told me mine was supposed to be the last. Maybe I would have become part of the red door itself. Something brushed my hand. I jumped violently and moved away. Then I saw Lucy. She stood beside me with her arms wrapped around herself. Her nervous expression immediately softened something inside me. I forced down the sickness rising in my throat. I knelt in front of her. "Hey, Princess, I'm glad you're okay. Sorry, you scared me." I held out my hand. Lucy looked at it carefully. Then she took it. Her tiny fingers trembled inside mine. Her eyes continued moving around the basement. That was when I remembered why we were here. This was the room Lucy had never wanted to show me. The room I needed to understand. Somewhere in this place was the memory of the ritual. I needed to see it. But looking at her frightened face made the words difficult. Instead, I opened my arm. "Come here, I've got you." Lucy stepped forward, then suddenly wrapped both arms around me. My eyes filled with tears. Maybe it was everything I had just learned about Adeline. Maybe it was relief that Lucy still trusted me. Once, an adult had used fake kindness to bring Lucy here. That person had betrayed her in the worst possible way. Yet Lucy was still capable of trusting me. I gently brushed her hair. "I'm like you," I whispered. She remained against my chest. "I was one of the children they meant to take too. That's why I can see you, isn't it? That's why I can see the threads." Lucy slowly nodded. A wave of guilt passed through me. Why had I escaped when she had not? Why had Casey found me in time? Why had nobody found Lucy? I pushed the thought aside. If they had already chosen me before I ever came here, maybe they connected me to the door ahead of time. Lucy looked up. She did not seem to know. That left only one choice. I needed the truth. I gently held her shoulders. "Lucy, I know you're scared of this place." She immediately lowered her eyes. "And I know I shouldn't ask you to go through this again, but my friends and I are running out of options." She backed away slightly. My heart hurt. "I need to see what happened down here." Lucy pulled herself completely out of my hands. "I know." I lowered myself more so I did not seem threatening. "I know, Luce. I'm sorry." She stared at the floor. "But if you show me once, maybe I can understand how to close the door again. Maybe we can stop Adeline and her sisters. We can make sure they never do this to another child." For a long time, Lucy did not move. Then she slowly came back and took my hand. She led me toward the stairs. For a moment, I thought she was taking us out. Instead, when we reached the landing, Lucy touched the wall. Silver threads appeared beneath her fingers. Dozens, she moved through them carefully until she found one. The world around us changed. The basement door behind us stood open. Golden candlelight poured into the hall. Adeline and her sisters appeared. They were dressed in elegant silk. Each held a candle on a gold stand. Between them stood another Lucy. Not the ghost holding my hand. Lucy as she had been alive. She wore a white robe covered with red woven patterns. 2 red lines ran down the front from her chest toward her stomach. Her face looked distant. Drugged, Margaret guided her by the shoulder. Fear moved through me immediately. I had known what I was asking Lucy to show me. Still, actually seeing it was different. Adeline, Margaret, and Natalie guided the little girl toward the basement stairs. I turned toward the Lucy beside me. "You can leave." She looked up. "You don't need to see this again. I'll be okay." Tears formed on her spectral cheeks, shining silver. She shook her head. Then she pressed herself against me. I understood. She did not want to be alone. I lifted her into my arms. I held her against my shoulder and placed one hand behind her head so she would not have to look. Then I followed the witches downstairs. The basement looked similar to the present one, but candles covered the floor. They had been arranged in a perfect circle. Red threads stretched between them, forming a pattern like a huge web. There was an open path through the center. At the center of the circle were folded sheets, just large enough for a child to lie on. A large tarp covered the floor beneath everything. It smelled strongly of vinegar. Old dark stains were still visible despite repeated attempts to clean them. Past Lucy looked around. "What is this?" Her voice sounded sleepy. Margaret smiled. "Just a little game, sweetheart. You look tired. Why don't you lie down?" She guided Lucy to the center. The girl obeyed. Adeline knelt beside her. She brushed Lucy's hair lovingly. The sight made me hate her even more. Margaret and Natalie moved around the outside of the circle. They closed the open path by connecting more red thread between the candles. Adeline whispered words I did not understand. Then she opened a small container. Inside was a long silver needle. I held Lucy tighter. Adeline took red thread from one of the candles and pushed it through the needle. For 1 second, I felt relieved when she did not immediately use it on Lucy's skin. Instead, she began sewing the thread through the girl's white robe. She connected the clothing to the web surrounding her. One candle at a time, one thread at a time, like a spider wrapping prey. Past Lucy remained awake. That was when I understood something worse. She was not supposed to fall asleep. "Adeline," the girl whispered. "I don't feel good." Adeline looked down with false concern. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. It must have been something you ate. Just lie still and you'll feel better." Lucy obeyed. Of course she did. She trusted her. Adeline continued sewing. The red thread slowly filled the patterns in Lucy's robe until it reached the 2 straight lines down her torso. There, Adeline stitched back and forth between them in a tight zigzag. When she finished, she pulled the thread tight. Then, she reached for another object. A pair of silver scissors. They were beautifully decorated, and much too large. Natalie and Margaret stood at opposite sides of the circle with their arms spread. Their eyes were closed. All 3 women began chanting. Then the red threads changed. Silver light moved through them. It traveled around the circle and across every line in the web. One by one, the red threads became pale, ghostly silver. I could see the same kind of threads that filled the manor in the present. Everything became still. Adeline sat behind Lucy's head. The scissors rested in her hands. For several seconds, she did not move. Then her eyes opened. The loving woman I had remembered from childhood disappeared completely. There was nothing warm in those blue eyes now. She raised the scissors above her head, then brought them down between the 2 lines on Lucy's robe. My knees nearly failed me. I will not describe everything that followed. I do not want to. Whatever image you create in your mind is easier than what I actually saw. I held Lucy's ghost tightly against me. I covered one of her ears with my hand and pressed the other against my neck. I did everything I could to stop her from hearing. Still, I could hear it. For a while, I could not tell whether the sounds were the threads tearing or something else. I nearly vomited. I began humming, partly for Lucy, partly for myself. I needed something to keep my mind connected to reality. I could not look away. Maybe because I needed answers. Maybe because what I was seeing was so horrible that my brain refused to believe it unless I watched every second. It probably lasted only a few minutes. It felt much longer. Eventually, Adeline placed the scissors down. Her hands were covered in blood. I refused to look at past Lucy's face. Instead, I watched Adeline. She looked calm, almost bored. Then, she reached downward. Her hand searched through what remained beneath her. After a few seconds, she found something. When she raised her hand, my entire body went cold. A silver thread stretched from Lucy. It was brighter than any of the others. Adeline wrapped the end around one finger. She pulled gently. The thread continued coming. She looked at it with admiration. Then she whispered, "Goodbye, Lucy dear. The world we create shall be the one you deserve." She moved the thread over her shoulder, then released it. The silver strand began moving on its own. It twisted through the air like a snake. It traveled toward the basement wall, toward the place where the other threads disappeared, toward the shape of the red door. The thread touched the concrete and passed through it. Something on the other side began pulling. More and more of the silver line came from Lucy. Adeline and her sisters simply stood there, watching. I finally forced myself to look away. I checked the Lucy in my arms. She was still holding tightly to me, still shaking. But she was there. I was about to whisper something to comfort her when another light caught my attention. Lower, closer, I looked down. A silver thread was coming out of me. It extended directly from my torso, from the same place where I had felt a strange sickness ever since this nightmare began. It glowed brightly, just like Lucy's. I stopped breathing. The thread only extended a short distance before disappearing into the air. It was not being pulled away the way Lucy's had been. It simply floated there, moving gently whenever I moved. But there was no question about what it was. It was the same kind of thread. Maybe witnessing the ritual had made it visible. Maybe Lucy had opened my eyes to something that had always been there. Whatever the reason, I was looking at my own thread of life. A thread that had been connected to the manor long before I understood what this place was. A thread that Adeline and her sisters had expected to collect when I was still a child. A thread that should have been taken in this basement years ago. The only reason it had not been was because Casey had arrived early that afternoon in the park. Because one excited little boy had wanted to see his friend badly enough to show up before he was supposed to. Because he had called my name at exactly the right moment. For years, I had thought Adeline was one of the first adults to ever show me kindness. Now, I understood the truth. She had not found me by accident. She had already chosen me. We had not even crossed the state line when I pulled the jar out of my bag. I held it up with a stupid grin on my face, like I was carrying something valuable instead of a small glass jar of weed. Jake leaned forward from the back seat. Finally, I passed it to him. "Roll us something decent, man. Time to relax and enjoy the road." Sarah looked over from the passenger seat and rolled her eyes. She did not smoke anymore. After everything she had been through, she said she liked knowing exactly what was happening around her. She never judged Jake or me for having fun, though. That was just Sarah. She might complain, but she always let us be ourselves. "You got it, Shorty Shiz," Jake said. I hated that nickname. He had started using it back when we played baseball together. and somehow it survived all the way through college. I could have told him to stop. But Jake and I had been covering each other on the field for so many years that telling him what he could or could not call me felt pointless. We were basically brothers. "Dude," he said as he opened the jar. "This stuff smells insane." "What strain is it?" I smiled. "What we have here, my good sir, is roadkill skunk." Jake laughed while finishing the joint. Fitting, he lit it, took the first drag, then passed it over the seat. I inhaled and felt the smoke fill my lungs. A few seconds later, that slow, warm, stupid feeling started creeping through my head. Sarah immediately waved a bag of chips through the air. Jesus Christ, it actually smells like a dead skunk. Jake and I started laughing. Soon, Sarah was laughing too. That was how we were. The three of us had been together for so long that our friendship had become something closer to family. Jake and I had practically grown up as brothers. My dad and his dad, Mark, had been best friends for years. They even bought homes next to each other when we were little. As soon as we were old enough to hold baseball gloves, we ended up on the same Little League team. Mark coached us. He was one of the best mechanics I had ever met, and one of the best baseball coaches, too. Maybe our high school coach was technically better, but Mark was the one who taught us the game. Jake played second base. I played shortstop. We spent years learning each other's movements. I knew when he was going to cover the bag before he moved. He knew where I would throw before the ball left my glove. If one of us made a mistake, the other fixed it. We always called it covering the base. That habit followed us outside baseball, too. We protected each other. When Jake got into trouble, I was there. When I did something stupid, Jake covered for me. By the time we both earned bachelor's degrees, mostly thanks to baseball scholarships and years of hard work, I was just as proud of him as I was of myself. Mark was proud, too. He had even rebuilt the Buick we were driving and sold it to me for almost nothing so we could take our post-graduation road trip. It was supposed to be the perfect summer. Just me, Jake, and Sarah driving across several states before real adult life started. "Hey," Sarah poked my arm. "Eyes on the road, idiot. You missed the turn." I looked ahead. Shit, there was nobody else around, so I slowed down, turned the Buick around, and went back. The road we needed was narrow and covered in gravel. Trees surrounded it on both sides. "Man," Jake said from behind me, "this stuff is strong. I'm already starving." Sarah sighed like an exhausted older sister. She reached into the food bag and threw chips and beef jerky into the back seat. "You know, Jake, with the amount of work I do taking care of you, people are going to think we're married." Jake caught the food. "Honestly, if it wasn't for you and Scott, I'd probably die out here. You'd be a lost puppy." "Yeah, but I'd be a cute one." Sarah laughed. "You'd scratch my ears, right?" Always, she reached back and briefly grabbed his hand. "Until you fell asleep on me. Then I'd throw you on the floor and go find Zach." We all laughed. Zach was Sarah's fiancé. There had never been any romantic tension between the three of us. Jake and I were her brothers. She was our sister. That was it. I pressed the gas pedal a little harder. Mark had rebuilt the engine, and I wanted to see what it could do. The car picked up speed. Then I felt a small vibration beneath my feet. The Buick shook slightly. Sarah looked at me. "Scott?" "What?" "Maybe the third day of a multi-state road trip isn't the best time to test whether you should become a rally driver." I slowed down. Jake gave me a knowing look in the rearview mirror, the same look he used to give me before turning a double play. I smirked. Then the car shook again. Harder, I decided to keep going. I did not want some small mechanical problem ruining the trip. Apparently, the universe had other plans. The Buick suddenly jerked hard enough to throw all three of us forward. Then, the engine died. White steam exploded from under the hood. I pulled onto the side of the road. Come on, I slammed my hands against the steering wheel. What the hell, Jake? I thought Mark spent 3 weeks rebuilding this engine. Jake's face immediately changed. Are you seriously blaming my dad? I'm not blaming him. Sounds like you are. You know he would never sell you a bad car, Jake snapped. Especially not to us. I immediately regretted saying anything. He was right. Mark would never knowingly put us in danger. Sarah turned around. Both of you shut up. We went quiet. Scott, you've been driving this thing like you're trying to get sponsored by NASCAR. We've already crossed 2 states, it's boiling outside, and this is an old rebuilt engine. She pointed toward the hood. It could be something stupid, like a thermostat getting stuck. She looked at Jake. And no, that doesn't mean your dad did bad work. Then at me. And yes, you drive like an asshole. That broke the tension. Fair, I said. Jake nodded. Yeah, we'd be dead without you, Sarah, I know. Jake opened his door. Let's see what's wrong. Sarah checked her phone. I've got 1 bar of service and barely any battery. I'll try finding a mechanic. Jake and I opened the hood. After the steam cleared, we checked what we could. Sarah had been right. The thermostat looked stuck. Nothing terrible, nothing that should have ended our trip. We just needed someone who could tow us. A few minutes later, Sarah shouted from beside the car. Got one. She held her phone in the air like she had won something. There's a mechanic less than 20 minutes away. Seriously? Yeah, his shop showed up because I had an offline map pin. He was really nice. He's already coming. She smiled proudly. So you boys relax and let Sarah save the day again. Jake looked at me. See? Never fails. We finished the joint while waiting. As I stood there, I thought about Sarah. She had always looked after us. But she had a reason. Her parents died in a car accident during our freshman year. One day, they were there. Then they weren't. She moved in with her aunt and uncle. After that, something changed in her. Before the accident, she had been a tomboy who mostly wanted to hang around with us. Afterward, she became protective. Whenever we went somewhere, she wanted to know exactly where, when we left, when we expected to return, who we were meeting. She never wanted to lose someone without warning again. Jake and I understood that. We never complained. If anything, we loved her more for it. About 20 minutes later, a gray tow truck appeared. There was no company name on the side, no phone number, no logo, nothing, just an old truck with a few rusty spots. An older man climbed out. He was balding and wore thick gray coveralls, even though it was extremely hot. Hey kids, his voice was friendly enough. Name's Frank. Frank Johnson. He looked at Sarah. Little lady on the phone said you've got a coolant problem? Looks like the thermostat, Jake said. Frank nodded. You're lucky you had signal. Takes something close to a miracle for people to find me out here. He smiled. Guess that's what happens when you work where secrets stay secret and rumors never spread. I remember thinking that was an odd thing to say. But strange country mechanic was not exactly the most shocking thing in the world. We needed help. Frank walked toward the Buick. Why don't you 3 squeeze into the cab? I'll get this hooked up. We did. The front of the tow truck was not designed for 4 adults. I climbed in first. Sarah came next. Jake barely managed to shut the door beside himself. Frank finished connecting the Buick, then climbed into the driver's side. His shoulder pressed against me. Something felt wrong. His body was hard, not muscular. Hard, almost like metal. I shifted away. Maybe he had some kind of brace. Maybe he'd had surgery after years of working on cars. I told myself anything that made sense. We started moving. Frank talked almost nonstop. But the longer he spoke, the less normal his words sounded. Lucky your phone found me. Then later, no one finds my shop, unless they need to. And after that, trees are thicker around here. They know what key needs turning when an engine stops. Jake and I exchanged a look. Sarah had gone quiet. Still, we were only a few minutes from getting the Buick repaired. We could handle one strange old mechanic. Then we reached the shop. The tow truck entered a large dirt yard. Broken vehicles covered the property. Some were just rusty frames. Others had been completely taken apart. Doors stacked against fences, engines lying beneath tarps, axles, tires, metal everywhere. Jake looked out the window. Dude, this place is like a car graveyard. Frank answered without looking at him. Everything gets taken apart and ordered where it belongs. Then, he added, I'll find what makes the keys turn. Something about his voice made my stomach tighten. It was flat now. Empty, the friendly country mechanic tone had disappeared. But our Buick was already on his truck. We had no transportation, so we followed him inside. The garage doors were already open. That detail would bother me later. At the time, none of us thought about it. Frank began moving the Buick into the work area. Make yourselves at home. Old Frankie will get you running again. The shop looked normal at first. Greasy cloths, tools, shelves, a workbench. Everything was strangely clean and organized compared with the yard outside. Then I saw the keys. There was a pile of them in one corner. Hundreds, old metal keys, modern car keys, plastic key fobs. Some looked decades old. Others looked brand new. Jake stepped beside me. He noticed them too. Dude, his voice had lost all humor. What the hell? Sarah made a small sound behind us. Jake knew mechanic shops because of Mark. He looked toward the pegboard. There aren't even work orders. He pointed at the keys. Why are there this many? Then I noticed another wall. Chains, cables, hydraulic equipment. Large metal restraints. They looked less like equipment for repairing a vehicle and more like something designed to hold a person. I turned toward Frank. You don't get many people stranded out here, do you? I desperately wanted him to laugh. Maybe explain everything. Frank did neither. Only the ones I need. He looked toward the key pile. I'll find the ignition that fits the key. Jake immediately walked toward the door. Nope, he shook his head. Absolutely not. Fuck this. We'll call an Uber. We'll walk. I don't care. The garage door suddenly started closing. Jake ran toward it. Too late. It slammed shut. Fuck you, Keymaster, he screamed. That was Jake. Anger always came before fear. I looked toward Sarah. Her face had turned completely pale. She had already checked another door. It's locked. Her voice shook from the outside. She looked at us. We're trapped. Jake and I turned toward Frank. Baseball instincts. No discussion. No plan. Just both of us understanding at the same moment. Fight. We never got the chance. Frank was suddenly in front of us. Something heavy struck my face. Then everything disappeared. When I woke, pain filled my head. Blood ran down the side of my face. I tried moving. I could not. My arms and legs were strapped to a metal rack. Then I heard Jake screaming. I looked toward him. I wish I had not. He was strapped to another rack. His body had been opened across the chest. Wires ran into him. Metal clamps held his legs in positions no human legs should have been forced into. Blood covered everything. Jake was still fighting, still pulling against the restraints. Even while screaming, he was trying to get free. Then I heard Sarah. Her scream was worse. I turned. She was strapped down too. There was so much blood that for 1 second I could barely understand what I was seeing. A power saw cut near her collarbone. Wires and pieces of machinery had been forced into her body. Car parts. actual car parts, like someone was trying to rebuild her as a machine. Then I saw Frank properly. His coveralls had been pulled down around his waist. Now I understood what I had felt in the tow truck. His shoulder was not a shoulder. A metal piston had replaced part of it. Copper wire held metal parts directly inside his flesh. Pieces of machinery were buried throughout his body. Some moved when he moved. He was not wearing mechanical equipment. The equipment was part of him. Frank kept working on Sarah. He muttered to himself, "I'll find the key that turns the ignition." He adjusted something inside her. Time to test the chassis. Sarah's screams grew weaker. Jake looked at me. His eyes moved quickly from Sarah to me. Then I noticed his hand. He had torn one of them partly free. Skin around the restraint was destroyed, but his hand was almost out. Then he gave me the look. That nod. The double play nod. He needed me to cover the base. I pulled against my own restraint. Pain exploded through my wrist. I kept going. Jake moved his eyes toward the workbench. A revolver sat there. I understood. We needed a distraction. Jake shouted first. "Hey, asshole." Frank slowly looked at him. Jake grinned through blood and tears. "Why don't you test this chassis, motherfucker?" Frank's expression did not change. Then he noticed Jake's loose hand. He moved impossibly fast. 1 second, he was near Sarah. The next, he was at Jake's side. He hit Jake across the face, hard enough that I thought Jake was dead. Then Frank secured his hand again. He came toward me. I tried pulling free. Frank grabbed a huge steel clamp. He forced my hand into it, then tightened. Bones cracked. I screamed. Pain shot all the way through my body. Frank stopped. He turned toward Sarah. He picked up one of the keys. I began smashing the clamp against the metal beside me. Every impact caused more pain. But something started loosening. Jake was somehow still awake, still breathing, still trying. Frank leaned over Sarah. Her chest had been opened enough that I could see her heart beating. He held the key over it, then pushed it into something. I still do not understand how. He turned. Nothing happened. Frank frowned. Engine still cold. He removed the key. Need another chassis. He walked toward the pile. Sarah looked at us. Her eyes were barely open. She tried speaking. "Promise me, guys." Jake stopped fighting. I stopped moving. "Promise me you'll find a way out of..." Her voice disappeared. Her body became still. Her heart stopped. Sarah. Jake's scream broke something inside me. Sarah. Fuck. He started crying, then shouting at Frank. I could barely see through my own tears, but I made Sarah a promise silently. I would get out. The clamp finally broke open. My hand was ruined. I did not care. Frank had moved toward Jake. He was cutting into him again. Jake screamed. I used that sound as fuel. I pulled at the restraint until something gave. Then another. I fell from the rack. I nearly collapsed, but I forced myself toward the workbench. The revolver was still there. I grabbed it. Frank had his back to me. He was too focused on Jake. I remembered how quickly he moved. I knew I might only have one shot. Years at shortstop had taught me to look at a situation quickly. Where was the most important point? Where could one move stop everything? Frank's chest. Part of his heart was exposed between metal parts. I raised the gun. I fired. Frank stopped. He did not fall. His body simply went still. No words. No movement. For a second, I thought he was dead. Then black mist started rising from the hole in his chest. It swirled upward, beautiful in a terrible way. I followed it with my eyes. The mist moved across the garage, toward Jake. Then into the opening in his chest. The key Frank had placed inside Jake began turning by itself. My stomach dropped. I understood. Frank was not dying. He was changing chassis. Jake looked at me. His eyes were already changing, becoming empty, cold like Frank's. But Jake was still there, for a few seconds at least. He looked at me, then gave me the nod. The same nod he had given me thousands of times. Cover second. My hand shook. No, Jake gave the nod again. One final double play. I raised the revolver, closed my eyes, and covered second. After that, the garage became silent. The loudest silence I have ever heard. I did not look back. I ran. I ran until the garage was far behind me. I ran while crying. I ran with my broken hand held against my chest. I do not know how long I kept going. Eventually, I reached a paved road. My body finally gave up. Between the blood loss, pain, exhaustion, and grief, I collapsed. I woke up in a hospital. Later, a detective came to talk to me. His name was Officer Dane. "Tell me again, Scott," he said softly, "just so I can cover all the details." He sounded tired, like a man who had seen too many young people die. I stared at the white curtain beside my hospital bed. We thought we'd hired a mechanic. That was the lie I had created. He towed us to some illegal chop shop in the woods. There were 3 men. The detective listened. Jake fought them. I did too. That's how my hand got crushed. I swallowed. They shot Jake. Sarah got caught in the crossfire. The lie hurt almost as much as the truth. I got the leader's gun during the struggle and shot him. The other 2 escaped. Officer Dane nodded. "That's what you've told me. 3 times." I looked at him. "Now keep your part of the deal." His expression softened. Of course, he knew exactly what I meant. Whatever the police found in that garage, I did not want our families seeing it. I wouldn't let any parent see that. He shook my good hand. Then he left. Our families came in. My parents reached me first. Both hugged me. My dad cried. I had never seen that before. Seeing him break down made me cry again. Then Sarah's aunt and uncle came. They looked like they had aged years in one night. Zach followed them. Sarah's fiancé. He had decided not to join our road trip because he thought we should have one final trip together as the old 3-person group before marriage and careers changed everything. That decision saved his life. He held Sarah's engagement ring in one hand. He looked completely empty. Then, Jake's mother entered. Mark came behind her. He was pale, shaking, crying. The man who had spent years teaching us how to keep our heads up after losing games looked completely destroyed. He waited until everyone else had spoken to me. Then, he sat beside the bed. He hugged me. "I'm sorry, kiddo," his voice broke. "I'm so sorry." I held him with my good arm. "If I hadn't sold you that car," he could barely speak. "My boy would still..." He stopped. I knew what he meant. I placed my bandaged hand on his shoulder. "No." He looked at me. "Mark, it wasn't your fault." I struggled to get the words out. It was a bad road. That's all. We cried together. All of us. Hours passed. Eventually, people started leaving. I asked Zach to stay. He was the only person I trusted with the truth. The only one I believed would hear what happened and not immediately go searching for that garage. I told him everything. Frank, the keys, Sarah, Jake, the black mist, the final shot. Zach believed me. Maybe grief makes impossible things easier to believe. Maybe he simply knew I would never lie about Sarah. He promised not to tell our parents. They could never know Sarah's real last words. They could never know what Jake asked me to do. And Mark could never know what it had cost his shortstop to cover his second baseman one final time. Years have passed. Mark's screen door still makes the same squeaking sound. I visit every year. I had been at his house the day before, But we always have our own little goodbye ritual before I leave town. That year, I found him sitting in his armchair. His hair had become mostly gray. Every year, he seemed slightly smaller. A professional baseball game played on television with the sound muted. Heading home, kiddo? He started getting up. Thanks for stopping by again. Always good seeing you. I placed my damaged hand on his shoulder. The fingers never healed properly. No, stay sitting. He smiled. I just wanted to say goodbye. I pointed toward the television. And take it easy on my old man next week. I know you two still think you're 25 when you play softball. Mark laughed. Your dad never played at our level. Exactly. Don't let him destroy a knee trying to impress you. I'll keep him safe. Then his expression changed. Scott, I looked down. Be careful driving home. I will. Check your fluids. I know. And don't redline the damn engine. There was silence. We both knew why he always said that. Then Mark spoke quietly. Take care of yourself, kid. My throat tightened. I love you. I could not look at him. I love you too, Mark. I turned toward the door before the tears came. I'll be careful. I sat inside my car for several minutes. Windows closed. No air conditioning. Then I let everything out. I screamed. I cried. I cried for Jake. For Sarah. For Mark. For Sarah's aunt and uncle. For Zach. For my parents. For myself. For everyone who survived and still carried the people who did not. Afterward, I drove toward the cemetery. The small road leading into it was always peaceful. By then, my eyes had mostly dried. Summer heat surrounded me when I stepped from the car. There were no saws here, no hydraulic pumps, no screaming, no metal, no keys, only birds. Wind, grass. I walked until I found the two stones. They were beside each other. Jacob Mark Vance, Sarah Lynn Evans. I sat between them. I brought something for both. For Jake, a new white baseball. For Sarah, a polished glass stone. She used to collect them whenever we traveled. I placed both beside the flowers other people had left the day before. Then I pulled out a joint. I laughed quietly. You'd both complain if I smoked this without you. I lit it. For a while, I just sat there. Then I started talking. I'm back. Smoke drifted into the warm air. Figured I'd give you the yearly update. I looked towards Sarah's stone. The world's still loud, still fast, still kind of stupid. I smiled. But I'm managing. I touched the grass. I kept my promise, Sarah. My voice became quieter. I made it out. That was what she had asked. But surviving had never felt like the end of the promise. I'm living for all of us now. I took another drag. And don't worry, Sarah, I keep extra food in the car now. Snacks, blankets, first aid kit, water, everything, I laughed. You'd be proud. I'm almost responsible. Then I looked at Jake's stone. And you. I placed the baseball beside his name. I've still got second covered, man. My smile disappeared. Always will. I stared at the letters carved into the stone. Go make that double play. I finished smoking between them. For a little while, it almost felt like our old group was together again. Me in the middle. Sarah complaining. Jake saying something stupid. The three of us laughing until we could barely breathe. Eventually, I stood. See you next year. Leaving the cemetery never gets easier. The drive home is never happy. But I make it every year because grief has a way of pulling people apart. It turns families into strangers. It turns memories into things you avoid because they hurt too badly. I refuse to let that happen to us. Every year, I pack my bags. I lock my house. I drive back to see Mark. I visit my parents. I see Sarah's family. Sometimes I sit with Zach. Then I visit Jake and Sarah. Because our little group still matters to me. It always will. People sometimes ask why I stopped traveling after college, why I do not take road trips, why I never talk about vacations. I usually make a joke. I say I am too busy, or I hate hotels, or I prefer staying home. The truth is simpler. Every time I see a tow truck on a lonely road, I remember Frank. Every time an engine makes an unfamiliar sound, my broken hand aches. Sometimes I still dream about the pile of keys. In those dreams, one of them is always mine. Frank stands in that garage, holding it between his fingers. He smiles and tells me he finally found the right ignition. Then I wake up. So no, I don't take vacations anymore. I already had the road trip of a lifetime. Two of my best friends never came home from it. I did, and I have a promise to keep. If you work in healthcare, then you probably know what catatonia looks like. A patient in a deep catatonic state does not react normally to the world around them. They may not speak, move, respond to pain, or even seem aware of the people standing in front of them. So when that woman stared directly into my eyes, I honestly thought I was imagining it. At the time, I had no idea she had been searching for me for 22 years. I was 22 when this happened, only a year after getting my nursing license. I worked at Mission Hospital in Asheville, North Carolina. It was a huge medical center, the kind of place where you could spend an entire shift running between rooms and still feel like you had barely touched the surface of everything happening around you. Night shifts were the worst. The hallways became quieter, but the emergencies never stopped. Everything felt more intense after midnight. The fluorescent lights seemed harsher. The empty corridors seemed longer. Every machine alarm sounded louder. There was also a personal reason I had chosen nursing. My adoptive mother had been a nurse. More than that, she had worked at Mission Hospital, too. 22 years earlier, when I was only about 2 months old, somebody had left me in that hospital's parking lot. It was winter. I had been wrapped tightly in several blankets and placed near the edge of the lot where staff members sometimes walked between buildings. My mother had been working that night. She was the one who found me. She later told me that when she first saw the bundle on the ground, she assumed someone had dropped a bag or some laundry. Then I moved. She ran toward me and called for help. I was cold, but otherwise surprisingly healthy. There was only one injury, a small, deep scrape on my right forearm. Doctors believed my skin had rubbed against the rough pavement when whoever abandoned me placed me on the ground. The cut eventually healed. The scar never disappeared. After spending almost a year in foster care, I was adopted by the nurse who had found me and her husband. They became mom and dad. I had a good childhood. They loved me. They never made me feel like I was anything other than their daughter. Still, I always wondered about the people who had left me. The police investigated when I was found, but there had been almost nothing to work with. No security footage, no witness, no suspicious vehicle, no note, no DNA evidence that helped. Nothing. Someone had simply appeared in the middle of the night, left a baby in a hospital parking lot, and vanished. Growing up, I would sometimes stare at the scar on my arm and wonder whether the person who gave it to me had been my mother. I wondered whether she had cried when she left me, or whether she had felt relieved. I wondered if my biological father knew I existed. I wondered whether they were still alive. Most of all, I wanted to know why they had abandoned me. That need for answers followed me into adulthood. Maybe that was another reason I decided to work at the same hospital where my life had begun. Some part of me probably believed I would eventually find the answer there. I just never expected the answer to arrive on a stretcher. It happened on a Wednesday night. My shift had been normal. Busy, but normal. Then the radio at the triage desk crackled. An ambulance was coming in. The paramedic reported a woman around 40 years old who had been found lying beside a road by a passing driver. According to him, she had initially been extremely agitated, confused, violent movements, possibly hallucinating. Then she suddenly collapsed and became almost completely unresponsive. The paramedics suspected an overdose or a severe psychiatric episode. Her blood pressure was low. Her oxygen levels were poor. She was dirty, dehydrated, and in bad condition. One of my coworkers sighed. "Drugs," he said. "It's always drugs." A few minutes later, the emergency doors opened. The paramedics rushed her inside. The moment I saw her face, something inside me tightened. She had blonde hair, but it was so dirty and wet with sweat that it stuck to her forehead in dark strands. Mud covered parts of her face. Her lips were cracked. Her skin looked pale and unhealthy. But her eyes were the worst part. They were wide open. Not frightened, not confused, empty. She stared ahead like a dead animal that had been preserved with its eyes open. Then I stepped closer. Her eyes moved. They landed on me. I stopped. For a second, the noise of the emergency department seemed to disappear. Doctors were talking. Machines were beeping. Someone pushed a cart past me. But all I could focus on was that woman's face. She was staring directly at me. "Ma'am?" I touched her shoulder lightly. "Can you hear me?" No response. Not a word. Not a blink. Nothing. But her eyes stayed on mine. I told myself it was coincidence. Maybe her gaze just happened to point in my direction. I forced myself to work. We attached egg leads. I placed a pulse oximeter on her finger. Someone wrapped a blood pressure cuff around her arm. The readings were bad. Her blood pressure was dangerously low. She was severely dehydrated. Her oxygen saturation had fallen well below what we wanted. Her heart was racing irregularly, fighting hard to keep blood moving through her body. We started IV fluids immediately and placed an oxygen mask over her face. Through all of it, she did not move. Not when we placed the IV. Not when we rolled her. Not when we adjusted the mask. She did not even groan. She only stared at me. I cannot explain why that bothered me so much. I had cared for confused patients before. Dying patients. Psychiatric patients. People screaming, crying, threatening staff, or staring blankly at walls. But there was something different about her attention. It felt personal, like she knew me. As part of the trauma examination, we needed to check her entire body for injuries. I used trauma shears to cut open her hoodie and pants. What we found underneath made the whole room quieter. She was covered in bruises, not just fresh ones. There were old yellow bruises, dark purple bruises, faded marks, and newer injuries layered over each other. Her body looked like a history of violence. Small round scars covered her arms and chest. Cigarette burns. Dozens of them, maybe more. She was painfully thin. Her ribs were visible. The bottoms of her feet were cut, dirty, and swollen. She had apparently been traveling barefoot for some time. A coworker helped me roll her onto her side so we could examine her back. That was when we saw the symbol. Nobody said anything at first. It had been carved directly into her skin. Not tattooed. Carved, 2 circles overlapped each other. A single vertical line cut down through the center. The scar was deep and ugly. Whoever had made it had not cared about precision or pain. It looked ritualistic. Old, the surrounding skin had healed badly. I reached out without really thinking and touched the center line with my gloved fingers. Heat shot through my hand. I pulled back immediately. "She's burning up back here." Someone grabbed a thermometer. Her temperature was normal, actually slightly low. I touched the area again very carefully. The skin around the symbol felt hot, not warm. Hot, like something beneath it was producing heat. Yet the thermometer showed nothing unusual. Then the woman moved her head. We had rolled her onto her side. She slowly twisted her neck until she could see me again. Her eyes locked onto mine. I felt sick. The blood work came back around 30 minutes later. The toxicology results surprised everyone. Nothing. No alcohol. No opioids. No methamphetamine. No common psychiatric drugs. No obvious poison. Her blood showed serious dehydration and malnutrition. But there was nothing explaining her mental state. The doctor suggested catatonia. Maybe she had suffered such extreme trauma that her mind had simply shut down. Considering the injuries on her body, that seemed possible. The police were contacted. She had no identification. No phone, no wallet, nothing. The hospital registered her as Jane Doe and moved her into a secure room in the ICU. A police officer stopped me in the hallway. Anything on her? No. Name? No idea. Phone? Nothing. The police took fingerprints. No match. They took a DNA sample, too, but everyone knew that could take time. As the officer walked away, pain suddenly exploded behind my eyes. A migraine, instant, sharp, so strong I had to put a hand against the wall. I rarely got headaches. This felt like somebody had pushed a knife through my temple. I went into the staff medication room, took something for the pain, drank water, and waited for it to ease. Later, I returned to Jane Doe's room. Her vital signs had improved. She was still motionless, still staring upward. I checked her IV. Then, for reasons I still cannot completely explain, I leaned closer. "You're safe now," I whispered. Her eyes did not move. "Whatever happened to you, you're safe here." I turned away. Then I saw movement. 2 tears rolled from the corners of her eyes, slowly, one down each side of her face. I froze. I walked back and gently wiped them away. That should have frightened me. Instead, something strange happened. I sat beside her bed, and I felt safe. Comforted, it was completely irrational. The woman was a stranger. Her body showed signs of terrible abuse. There was a ritual symbol cut into her back. She had been staring at me all night. Yet sitting beside her felt familiar, warm, like curling up in bed as a child with my favorite stuffed animal. It felt like being somewhere I belonged. I stayed there longer than I should have. Eventually, another emergency forced me to leave. Around 4 in the morning, I took a short break outside. I smoked back then. The employee parking lot was almost completely silent. I leaned against the building and lit a cigarette. That was when I noticed someone watching me. A tall man stood far across the lot. He was beyond the brightest streetlights, mostly hidden in shadow. His arms hung straight at his sides. His upper body leaned slightly forward. He seemed to be staring directly at me. "Hello?" No answer. "Can I help you?" "Nothing," I blinked. He was gone. There was only an old light pole standing in the same area. I laughed nervously at myself. I had been awake all night. The Jane Doe situation had disturbed me. My brain was probably turning shadows into people. I went back inside. For the last few hours of the shift, I kept checking on her. During one visit, I noticed her IV had stopped dripping. I adjusted the tubing and tapped the chamber. Then the heart monitor made a strange noise, not the usual alarm, a long, low electronic sound, almost like a child's toy running out of battery. I looked at the screen. Normal. Then I saw something reflected in the dark window. Behind me were 2 red points. Eyes. 2 glowing red eyes staring at the back of my neck. I spun around. Nothing. The room was empty, except for Jane Doe. I told myself it was the red lead from the medical equipment reflecting in the glass. But deep down, I knew the angle made no sense. At 7 that morning, my shift ended. As I walked toward my car, I saw a man leaning against another vehicle, probably in his 50s, salt and pepper hair, cold eyes. He watched me approach. "Rough night?" he asked. I felt uneasy immediately. Very, I unlocked my car. "Have a good morning." He raised one hand. The wave was strangely slow, almost mocking. I drove away. Halfway home, I noticed a black van behind me. At first, I ignored it. Then I turned right. The van turned right. I took another road. Still there. I made a sudden left at an intersection. The van followed. My hands began sweating against the steering wheel. At the next side street, I turned sharply. The van continued straight. I pulled over and sat there, breathing hard. I told myself I needed sleep. That was all. Still, I drove around for another 10 minutes before going home. I slept badly. The next night was my day off, but I could not stop thinking about Jane Doe's scar. I opened my laptop and searched for information about symbols carved into skin. Eventually, I found an old online discussion about ritual scarification. One anonymous comment claimed that overlapping geometric marks could be used in ancient binding rituals. According to the post, the person creating the mark could bind someone they loved to themselves, joining body and spirit. Trying to break the bond could cause madness, even physical destruction. I closed the laptop. Internet nonsense. That was what I told myself. Later that night, my dog Jack woke me. He was barking at the sliding glass door. Not his normal bark. This was deep. Aggressive, terrified, I turned on the hallway light and walked into the living room. Jack stood stiffly in front of the glass. The backyard was dark. I had forgotten to close the blinds. At first, I saw nothing. Then I noticed my patio chair. It normally sat beside the house. Now it was in the center of the yard, facing the window, facing me. I stared at it. There was no wind. The chair was heavy. Jack stopped barking. He whimpered and backed away. I pulled the blinds closed and left every light in the house on until morning. By Friday afternoon, I was staying with my parents because I no longer felt comfortable alone. Then the hospital called. Someone had called in sick. They needed me on the night shift. I did not want to go. I went anyway. I arrived around 6:45 p.m. I sat in my car trying to prepare myself. Then I noticed a window on the hospital's second floor. The light inside was flashing, on, off only, that room. No alarms, no sign of a larger power problem. Then the light went dark. When it came back on, somebody was standing behind the window. A human figure, completely still, looking down at me. The light went out again. When it returned, the window was empty. "Good evening," I screamed. The man with the salt and pepper hair was standing beside my car. "I'm sorry," he said. His apologies sounded fake. "I didn't mean to scare you." He pointed toward an employee entrance. "I'm visiting my mother. Can I use that door?" "No, staff only." He looked at my arms. His eyes stopped on my right forearm, on the scar. Then he smiled. "You look very familiar." I felt cold. I have to work. I left him in the parking lot. During shift report, I asked whether there had been electrical problems. "Nothing," the other nurse handed me Jane Doe's chart. "Still catatonic. CT scan normal. No medical explanation." I entered her room. Everything looked normal. Then something made me walk toward the window. I looked down. My car was directly below. That was her room. The window I had seen flashing belonged to Jane Doe. The figure had been standing inside her room. I left immediately. Later, I had to return to change her IV fluids. I reached over her with my right arm. My sleeve was short. My scar passed near her face. Her pupils suddenly moved. Her entire body jerked. The heart monitor exploded with alarms. Her mouth opened. A dry, terrible breath came out. Then her hand shot forward. She grabbed my right arm. Her fingers closed directly around the old scar. I screamed. Her strength was unbelievable. I tried pulling her hand away. Nothing. Her fingernails dug into my skin. Then the doctor entered. The moment the door opened, Jane Doe released me. Her arm dropped onto the bed. Her heart rate returned to normal. What happened? She grabbed me. Blood ran down my arm. 4 punctures from her nails surrounded my old scar. Strangely, the pain faded almost immediately. Then my entire right arm became numb, completely numb. The doctor checked it. He clipped a pulse oximeter onto my right index finger. Error, no pulse reading. He tried the left, normal. We assumed the machine was malfunctioning. Around 6 in the morning, a horrible groan came through the monitoring system. It came from Jane Doe's room. The doctor and I ran there. She was still lying motionless, but blood was soaking through the sheets beneath her. We rolled her over. The scar on her back had split open, right down the vertical line between the circles. The tissue underneath was black, necrotic, rotting. The doctor stared. This is impossible. She had not been there long enough to develop a wound like that. We treated it as best we could. I went home after 7. Jack greeted me. He immediately tried licking the bandage around my arm. That afternoon, I took him for a walk. While we were at the park, my phone buzzed. Motion detected in backyard. I hurried home. The doors were still locked. Nothing inside seemed disturbed. Then I saw the sliding glass door. Written across the outside in thick red letters were the words, "There you are, my beloved creature." There was a small incident, but thanks to you, we are finally all safe. I grabbed Jack and ran outside. I called 911. 2 officers arrived. I brought them inside. The writing was gone. The glass was perfectly clean. Not even a red stain. The officers clearly thought stress was getting to me. Eventually, they left. Hours later, my phone rang. A coworker. "Where are you?" "I'm home. You need to get back here." Now I drove to Mission Hospital. Police cars were everywhere. Jane Doe had disappeared. Another patient had gone into cardiac arrest. The staff had rushed into another room. When they returned, Jane Doe's bed was empty. Then a police officer approached me. "Where's your hospital badge?" I checked my pocket. Gone, he held up an evidence bag. My badge was inside. It was found on Jane Doe's pillow. I was home. We know. The officer explained that a man had used my badge to enter the ICU. The second he passed through the security door, the surveillance cameras failed. Then he showed me the back of my badge. Someone had written another message in red. "Mom and Dad are free again. See you soon." I nearly fell. Then a coworker shouted, "Your arm." Blood had soaked through my bandage. It was dripping onto the floor. I felt nothing. Doctors removed the dressing. The old scar had split open. The tissue around it was turning black. Necrosis, rapid, impossible. Then the police received the DINA results for Jane Doe. An officer approached me. "Do you know someone named Sarah?" I shook my head. Sarah had disappeared 23 years earlier. She had been abducted, eventually declared dead, but she had been alive all this time. Then he asked if I was adopted. I said yes. They took my DINA. I passed out sometime after that. When I woke, my adoptive parents were sitting beside me. Both were crying. A detective was speaking quietly. "The match is 99.99%. Sarah was my biological mother. The woman who had stared at me from that hospital bed was my mother. She had not abandoned me. She had been taken." The detective explained that police had located Sarah, and the man they believed had held her captive for more than 2 decades. They found them together in an abandoned farmhouse. Both were dead. The cause was strange. Simultaneous cardiac arrest at exactly the same time. I tried moving my right hand. Nothing happened. Then I looked beneath the blanket. There was no arm. Below my shoulder, the sheet lay flat. I screamed. Doctors and nurses rushed in. "What did you do to me?" One of my coworkers was crying. The infection spread too fast. They explained that the necrosis had moved from my forearm toward my chest in less than an hour. Gangrene, impossible speed. They amputated my arm to save my life. 4 years have passed. I never returned to nursing. I moved away, sold my house, changed almost everything about my life. I use a prosthetic arm now. Doctors tell me what happened afterward is phantom limb syndrome. People who lose arms or legs can still feel sensations in the missing body part. Pain, pressure, itching, burning. They say the brain remembers what used to be there. Maybe they are right about most people. They are wrong about me, because I still feel fingers. Not mine. When I am alone at night and the room becomes completely dark, I sometimes feel fingernails pressing into the place where my forearm used to be. 5 nails, digging into flesh that no longer exists. Sometimes the old scar burns, the scar that was cut into my body when I was only 2 months old. I understand it now. It was never an accident from the parking lot. The mark on my arm and the symbol carved into Sarah's back were connected. The man who kept her had marked both of us. He bound us together somehow. Maybe Sarah escaped long enough to bring me to the hospital when I was a baby. Maybe leaving me there was the only way she could protect me. Maybe the captor found her again. I will never know. But I know what happened when she grabbed my arm. The bond reopened. Her wound appeared where the symbol had been carved. Mine opened where I had been marked as a baby. And when Sarah and the man died together, something should have ended. That was what the message said. Mom and Dad are free again. For years, I thought Dad meant my biological father. Now, I do not believe that. I think the man who held Sarah considered himself part of some kind of family. Maybe the ritual required him to. Maybe that is why the message called me his beloved creature. The police never found evidence explaining how he knew where I lived. They never found the red marker. They never explained how he entered my backyard without opening a gate. They could not explain the camera failure at the hospital. They could not explain how a woman who could barely move disappeared from an NICU. They could not explain how both Sarah and her captor died at exactly the same second. Medicine could not explain how my arm died while the rest of me remained healthy. They called it an aggressive infection. They called the rest trauma, stress, coincidence, phantom limb syndrome. I tried believing them. I really did. Then, about a year after the amputation, I woke in the middle of the night with the feeling that somebody was gripping my missing wrist. The sensation was so strong that I sat upright. 5 fingers, 1 hand. I could feel exactly where every nail pressed. Then another hand closed around the part of my arm that was no longer there. 2 different grips. One felt warm, one felt ice cold. I started crying. For some reason, I knew which one belonged to Sarah, the warm one. The other grip tightened. The scar burned. A voice whispered beside my bed. Not through the room, inside me. "You are always ours." I turned on every light. Nothing was there. That was 4 years ago. It still happens. Not every night. Sometimes months pass. Then I wake up feeling fingers around an arm I no longer have. Occasionally, I smell cigarette smoke, even though I quit years ago. Sometimes I wake with bruises around my shoulder. Once, I found 2 overlapping circles drawn in the condensation on my bathroom mirror. A vertical line ran through the middle. I moved again after that. It did not help. I used to think losing my arm saved me. Maybe physically, it did. The doctors stopped the dead tissue before it reached my heart. But whatever was attached to that arm did not disappear when the surgeons removed it. It simply lost its physical place to live. Now it has somewhere else. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see pieces of memories that cannot belong to me. A dark basement, Sarah screaming, a man drawing circles in blood, a little baby crying on a cold floor, a hospital parking lot, a woman running through snow with something wrapped in blankets. Then, the feeling of hands pulling her backward. I do not know if those are dreams. I do not know if they are Sarah's memories or his. That is the part that scares me the most, because I spent my entire childhood wanting to know where I came from. I wanted to find my biological family more than anything. I thought knowing the truth would finally make me feel complete. Now I wish I had never found them. Sarah did not abandon me. She tried to save me, and I think she succeeded for 22 years. Until she found me again, until she touched the scar, until the thing connecting all three of us woke up. The doctors tell me both of them are dead. They show me reports, death certificates, autopsy results. I know what medicine says, but late at night, when the house is completely silent, I can still feel 5 fingernails digging into the empty air where my arm should be. Then another hand joins it. One warm, one cold. And the scar I no longer have begins to burn. We were never freed when they died. They were not released from whatever bound us together. They only lost their bodies. Now they are inside me. I first got some attention online because I tried to help someone who posted about something strange happening to them. If you spend enough time in the darker corners of the internet, especially places where people collect stories about unexplained objects, disappearances, strange recordings, and things that do not fit normal explanations, there is a chance you have already seen some of my work. Probably not under this name. I have used many names over the years. That is part of the job. And for the last 18 years, I have acted as the digital hands of a man who refuses to exist online. He does not use computers. He does not use smartphones. He does not send emails, browse websites, or keep digital records. Everything he trusts is written in ink, stored on paper, and protected with cold iron. His name is Father Thomas. I work for him now. But I did not always know him. I was not raised in a church, and I was never interested in ghosts, curses, demons, or anything like that. When I was 21, I was just a broke young woman trying to prove that I could live on my own. This happened in 2008. I had just rented the cheapest studio apartment I could find. Cheap is probably too kind a word. The apartment looked like someone had collected every ugly piece of furniture from the 1990s and placed it in one room. There was a large dresser made from cheap particle board. The fake wood covering was peeling away from the corners. The sofa was old and lumpy and smelled like dust no matter how much I cleaned it. There was a small plastic dining table that shook every time I touched it. If you placed a cup too close to the edge, the table could probably knock it onto the floor by itself. There was also an old wooden desk in the corner. That desk was different. It was not beautiful when I first saw it. It was covered in gray dust and had pale rings across the surface, where previous tenants had left wet glasses or cups. One drawer did not close properly. The brass handles were dark with age, but I liked it. I have always loved old furniture. Even when I had no money, I would walk through antique shops just to look at things I could never afford. Something about objects that had survived for decades fascinated me. They had history. They had belonged to people before me. They had been present for conversations, arguments, meals, birthdays, deaths, and all the quiet moments nobody remembered. That desk had that feeling. It stood beside the apartment window, directly against an exposed red brick wall. In the afternoon, sunlight came through the glass and fell across the dark wooden surface. I remember thinking it was the perfect place to write. Maybe I could study there. Maybe I could finally become the kind of person who kept a journal. For the first time since signing the lease, I felt like there might be one thing in that depressing apartment I actually liked. I spent my entire first day cleaning. The place needed it. I had a bucket of warm, soapy water, a cheap bottle of cleaning spray, and an old rag. I scrubbed years of grease from the dresser. I cleaned between the sofa cushions as well as I could. I pulled cobwebs from the corners. I wiped the kitchen cabinets until my arms hurt. The brick wall behind the desk was the worst part. It looked great, but every time I touched it, small pieces of mortar and red dust fell to the floor. I tried cleaning the bricks, but the rag turned black almost immediately. Eventually, I gave up trying to make the wall perfect. Then I cleaned the desk. That part was actually satisfying. Slowly, the gray layer disappeared. The dark wood underneath began to shine. The grain became visible. I cleaned the drawer handles and polished them as much as I could. By the time I was finished, my hands were red and sore. But the apartment finally looked like somewhere a person could live. Later that evening, I started unpacking boxes. At the bottom of one crate, I found an old blue notebook. I had owned it for years. It was one of those notebooks that looks too nice to use. Every time I thought about writing in it, I decided I should save it for something important. Apparently, moving into my first apartment finally felt important enough. I placed the notebook on the desk. Then I set my small desk lamp in the corner and arranged a few fountain pens beside it. I sat down. For the first time since leaving my parents' home, I felt like a real adult. I opened the notebook and wrote about moving, about being nervous, about how ugly the sofa was, about how much money I had already spent. Nothing important, but it felt good. That little desk beside the window became the first part of the apartment that felt like mine. The first night was completely normal. I slept well. The next morning, I decided I should finish cleaning the inside of the desk drawers. That was when everything started. I pulled the top drawer all the way out. There was old faded velvet lining the bottom. At the very back, stuck between the velvet and the wooden panel, was a piece of yellow paper. It had been hidden so well that I never would have seen it without removing the entire drawer. I pulled it free. The paper was crumpled and old. Someone had written on it, in shaky handwriting, 6 rules. The first said never to rest both wrists on the wood at the same time. The second said that if a pen skipped a word, I should leave the blank space and never write over it. The third said that if I heard the sound of keyboard typing, I had to freeze until it stopped. The fourth warned me never to close the notebook while the ink was still wet. The fifth said that if I dropped anything onto the desk, I should slide it over the edge instead of picking it up. The sixth said that if the shadow of my pen ever moved by itself, I needed to close my eyes and count to 10. At the bottom of the paper was the beginning of another line. Only 2 letters were visible. Ru. Then the paper had been ripped away. I stared at it for a while. I was 21, not 12. I did not immediately decide that the desk was haunted. My first thought was that one of the previous tenants had made the whole thing as a joke. Maybe they knew someone new would eventually find it. Maybe they thought it would be funny to scare the next person who rented the apartment. That explanation made sense. Still, living alone in an unfamiliar building changes the way you think about things. Every small sound seems louder. Every shadow feels more important. So even though I told myself the rules were nonsense, I followed them, at least at first. Every evening when I wrote in the blue notebook, I paid attention to where I placed my arms. I made sure both wrists never touched the desk together. If my pen moved strangely, I immediately checked its shadow. If I dropped something, I slid it off the edge. It was ridiculous. I knew it was ridiculous. But being careful cost me nothing. Several days passed. Nothing happened. The desk behaved like a desk. The notebook behaved like a notebook. There were no strange noises, no moving shadows, no disappearing words. By the 6th day, I was already becoming less careful. By the 7th, I was laughing at myself. I had allowed an old piece of paper to control how I sat in my own apartment. It was embarrassing. The rules had obviously been a prank. On the 8th night, I finally stopped thinking about them. It was almost midnight. I was sitting at the desk writing a long journal entry. I do not remember what I was writing about. Probably work, money, maybe someone I was dating. I was relaxed. My posture was loose. For the first time since finding the paper, the rules were not in my head. Then I heard it. Clack, 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 clack. The sound was loud, sharp, fast, mechanical. Keyboard typing. The problem was that there was no keyboard in front of me. There was no computer on the desk. I was holding a fountain pen. My heart started pounding. The sound continued. Clack, 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 clack. It seemed to come from directly in front of my face. My body wanted to jump away. Then I remembered Rule 3. If you hear keyboard typing, freeze until it stops. So I froze. Completely. I did not move my hands. I barely breathed. I stared at the notebook and tried not to blink. The typing continued for around 30 seconds. 30 seconds can feel very long when you believe moving might cause something terrible to happen. Then it stopped. Instantly. The apartment became silent. I remained frozen for another few seconds. Then panic took over. The rules were real. That was the first thought that entered my mind. The second thought was worse. There were more of them. The paper had been torn in half. I had only found 6 rules and the beginning of another. If the first 6 were real, then the missing rules probably mattered too. I was sitting inside an apartment with something dangerous, and I did not even know everything I was supposed to avoid. I started searching. I pulled every drawer from the desk. I turned them upside down. I checked the bottoms. I used a flashlight to look into every empty space. Nothing. I dragged the desk away from the wall. The legs scraped loudly across the floor. I checked behind it. Nothing. I took the cushions off the sofa. I pushed my hands into the dusty gaps until the metal springs scratched my knuckles. Nothing. I opened every kitchen cabinet. I pulled dishes out. Old spice containers rolled onto the floor. I checked under shelves, behind drawers, inside boxes. Then I attacked the dresser. Clothes went everywhere. I searched behind the peeling fake wood. Nothing. I checked the bathroom, medicine cabinet, under the sink, even the toilet tank. I must have spent 30 minutes tearing the apartment apart. By the end, I was sweating and shaking. I leaned backward against the exposed brick wall near the desk. My shoulder hit the bricks. Thud. I stopped. The sound was wrong. Hollow. I turned around. Then I began tapping the wall. Most bricks gave me a solid sound. One near the floor did not. I pushed it. It moved slightly. My heart started racing. I dropped to my knees and dug my fingers into the old mortar. The sandy material crumbled easily. After a few seconds, I pulled the entire brick out. Behind it was a dark hole. Something had been hidden inside. It was wrapped in several plastic bags and sealed with tape. I pulled it out. My hands were shaking so badly that I tore the tape open with my teeth. Inside was another piece of yellow paper, the missing half. I almost laughed from relief. The lighting near the floor was terrible, so I stood up and returned to the desk. I pulled the chair in. I sat down. Then I held the paper beneath the lamp. That mistake almost killed me. I started reading. Rule 7 said all electronics had to be removed from the room before 10:00 p.m. My eyes moved toward the bed. My phone was lying there. The time was after midnight, one rule already broken. I kept reading. Rule 8 said not to scratch my skin if I felt an itch beneath my nails while sitting at the desk. Rule 9 said that if I smelled copper, I had to open every window immediately. Rule 10 said that if I found a journal entry describing a childhood memory I did not remember, I had to rip out the page without reading it. Rule 11 warned that if I ever saw a silhouette sitting at the desk at night, I must not look directly at it. I had to cover my head. Rule 12 said that if my reflection in a mirror ever moved 1 second behind me, I had to leave the building. Then I read Rule 13. If more than one rule is broken in the same night, leave the building immediately. Bring no electronic devices. Go directly to the rectory at St. Jude's Church downtown. Ask for Father Thomas. I read Rule 7 again. My phone was still on the bed. It had been inside the room long past 10. That was one broken rule. The moment I understood that, something crashed beside me. The sound was enormous. It was like someone had thrown a concrete block through the apartment window. I screamed. My body reacted before my brain could stop it. I jumped backward in the chair. To stop myself from falling, I threw both hands onto the desk. Both wrists landed flat against the wood. Rule 1. 2 rules. The temperature in the apartment dropped instantly, not slowly. 1 second it was normal. The next, the desk beneath my wrists felt colder than ice. I gasped and tried to pull my hands away. I could not. My skin felt attached to the wood, like touching frozen metal with wet skin, only worse. I pulled harder. Nothing. Then the writing in my notebook began to move. The black ink turned liquid. It slid away from the letters and sentences. Dark streams ran across the paper. They reached the edge of the notebook and spilled onto the desk. The ink collected between my trapped arms. Then it began to form a shape. At first it looked like a stain. Then a head appeared. Shoulders, arms, a human shape, flat against the wood. A 2-dimensional shadow made from black ink. It raised its arms. My arms were raised too. But something was wrong. It was copying me before I moved. Only by a fraction of a second, but enough to notice. It lifted a hand. Then my muscles followed. It turned its head. My neck moved after it. The thing was not copying me. I was copying it. That realization gave me enough panic to fight harder. I screamed and pulled both arms upward with everything I had. The pain was unbelievable. It felt like my skin was being ripped away from the bone. I thought I was tearing my wrists open. Then suddenly, I came free. I fell backward and landed on my knees. For several seconds, I could not breathe properly. I held both arms against my chest. The pain was deep and cold. I forced myself to stand. Using the dresser for support, I stumbled into the bathroom. I slammed the door behind me and switched on the light. Then I turned on the faucet. I expected blood. Lots of it. I thought the skin on my wrist had been torn apart. There was no blood. Instead, large sections of skin had turned white. Not pale. White, waxy, raised, dead-looking. The areas where my wrists had touched the desk looked like severe cold burns. The desk had not cut me. It had somehow pulled the heat directly from my body. I leaned closer to the mirror above the sink to inspect my face. Then I blinked. My reflection did not. I stopped breathing. The woman in the mirror continued staring at me. Her eyes remained open. Her face stayed still. Then, exactly 1 second later, she blinked. Rule 12. Leave the building. I did not think. I did not grab shoes. I did not grab my coat. I did not take the phone. I had already broken 2 rules, which meant leaving alone was not enough. Rule 13 gave me one place to go. St. Jude's Church. Father Thomas. I grabbed my keys and ran. It was freezing outside. I was wearing socks, but no shoes. I ran 6 blocks through empty streets. My wrists burned with cold. Every few seconds, I looked behind me. I expected to see myself following. I reached St. Jude's and ran toward the rectory. The building was old and made from dark stone. I hit the heavy wooden door with both hands. The pain in my wrists nearly made me collapse. I kept knocking. Finally, the door opened. The man standing there did not look like the priests I had seen in movies. He was older, broad-shouldered, tired-looking. His black cassock was faded and covered with small ink stains. He looked first at my face, then at my wrists, then past me toward the empty street. He pulled me inside. The heavy deadbolt locked behind us. "You broke the rules," he said. It was not a question. I had no idea how he knew. He led me through the rectory. There was almost no modern technology anywhere. No television, no computer, no digital clock. He brought me into a study lit by lamps. The walls were covered with shelves. Thousands of handwritten books and ledgers filled them. Some looked hundreds of years old. I tried explaining everything: the desk, the paper, the rules, the ink, the mirror. Father Thomas listened without interrupting. Then he walked to one shelf and pulled down a huge leather-bound book. He opened it on the table. I saw sketches as he turned the pages. Objects, faces, strange symbols, things I still do not like remembering. Finally, he stopped. There was a drawing of my desk, the exact desk. Same shape, same handles, same scratches. Below the picture was writing in a language I did not recognize. Father Thomas read it. Then he looked at me. "My name is Father Thomas." I nodded. He looked at my wrists. "The desk did not only take ink from your notebook." I did not understand. "It takes identity through repetition. Writing gives it thoughts. Memories give it history. Physical contact gives it movement." My stomach turned. When you placed both wrists on the surface, after already breaking another rule, it connected to you completely. He pointed toward my wrists. "It has your pattern now?" "What does that mean?" "It means the reflection in your bathroom is learning." I stared at him. "Learning what?" "You." The room seemed colder. Father Thomas continued. "It is practicing how to move like you. The delay is temporary. Each time it copies you, it gets better." I thought about my reflection blinking 1 second late. What happens when it catches up? Father Thomas looked directly into my eyes. "You stop." I did not understand at first. Then he explained. My real muscles would slowly stop responding. My movements would become delayed, then weaker. Then eventually I would become completely still, like an object. At the same time, the reflection would become faster, more physical, more independent. Eventually, it would walk out of the mirror, and I would remain behind. I wanted to tell him he was insane. Then I tried lifting my hand. The movement felt slow. Not very slow, just slightly wrong, like a video game with bad connection. My fingers moved a moment after I decided to move them. Father Thomas noticed. "We do not have much time." He grabbed a heavy canvas bag. Inside were several objects: salt, iron tools, cloth, small glass bottles, a thick iron crowbar. "We're going back." I almost laughed. "No, we have to. I'm not going back there. If we leave it alone, it completes the exchange." My legs already felt heavier. That was enough to convince me. We returned to the apartment. Every step became harder. By the time we reached my building, my legs felt like they were moving through thick water. Father Thomas stayed close in case I fell. We entered the apartment. The place was silent. The desk sat exactly where I had left it. The blue notebook was still open. The black ink figure was gone. Father Thomas did not even look at the desk. He went straight toward the bathroom. The door was locked. He hit it once with his shoulder. Nothing. Again. The frame cracked. On the third hit, the door opened. I wish I had never looked inside. My reflection was halfway out of the mirror. Her upper body had become solid. One arm was outside the glass, a shoulder, part of her chest. Her face looked exactly like mine, but her expression was empty. The lower half of her body still disappeared into the mirror, as though the glass were deep water. My legs immediately became almost impossible to move. I fell against the doorframe. The reflection smiled. I had not smiled. Father Thomas did not pray. He did not shout Latin. He did not throw holy water. He lifted the iron crowbar, then he smashed the mirror. The glass exploded. My reflection screamed. The sound did not come from the room. It came from inside my head. Silver pieces fell everywhere. The half-formed body disappeared as the glass broke. Instantly, my legs became easier to move. Not completely normal, but better. Father Thomas did not celebrate. He immediately began collecting every piece of glass, every large shard, every tiny fragment. He made me help. We wrapped them carefully in thick cloth. Then we carried them back to St. Jude's. Deep beneath the church was a basement I had not seen earlier. There were shelves of sealed containers, wooden boxes, iron cages, glass jars covered in handwritten labels, objects wrapped in chains. I did not ask what any of them were. Father Thomas brought out a heavy iron box, hand-forged, no plastic, no modern lock. He placed every piece of my broken mirror inside. Then he covered the glass with a thick layer of rough salt. It was not normal salt. He told me later that he prepared it himself by boiling gallons of heavily salted holy water until nothing remained except crystals. Once every shard was buried beneath the salt, he closed the lid. Then he locked it. The moment the iron box sealed, the last heaviness left my body. My hands moved normally. My legs responded. I could breathe again. I thought it was over. It was not. I never returned to that apartment. I never switched that phone on again. Father Thomas explained that what we had done was not a cure. It was containment. The thing connected to me still existed. It was trapped inside those pieces of glass. As long as the shards remained sealed under salt and iron, it could not finish the process. But destroying the mirror had not destroyed it. That meant someone needed to protect the box. Father Thomas also warned me that the desk was not the only object like it. There were others, some old, some new, some designed to take memories, others took voices, faces, names, dreams, sometimes entire families. He had spent most of his life finding them, containing them, destroying what could be destroyed, hiding what could not. That night changed everything. I stayed at St. Jude's. At first I told myself it would only be temporary, a week, maybe a month. Then I began helping Father Thomas organize his handwritten records. He had decades of information, but no way to search it quickly. He refused to digitize anything himself. The reason was simple. Some things could travel through copies, some through photographs, some through written names, and some through electronic signals. He believed connecting his records to the internet would be like opening thousands of locked doors at once. So I became the bridge, the voice on the grid for a man who refused to exist on it. I learned how to research without connecting his original records to a network. I created fake names, temporary accounts, separate identities. I searched forums, archived strange posts, tracked auctions, watched estate sales, followed reports about unusual objects. Over the years, people online started recognizing some of the names I used. No one realized they belonged to the same person, me. Officially, under my real name, I am registered as a nun connected to the church. That identity barely exists outside St. Jude's. When I need to leave for work, investigations, or searches, I become someone else. Different name, different background, different documents. It sounds dramatic. After 18 years, it just feels normal. I am writing this now from a small terminal room at the far end of the sanctuary. It is one of the few rooms here allowed to contain internet-connected devices. The walls are reinforced. There is iron in the frame around the door. Father Thomas will not enter it. His study is 3 rooms away, still entirely analog, still full of paper. He is old now, older than he was when I first met him. His hands shake sometimes. His eyesight is worse. More of the work that requires someone to go outside now falls to me. But he is not retired, not yet. Earlier today, he handed me a handwritten ledger from 1994. It describes a family that disappeared after buying a specific set of porcelain dolls. The dolls were old even then, hand-painted faces, real human hair, no electronics, no batteries, nothing obviously dangerous. The entire family vanished within 6 weeks. The house was found locked from the inside. The dolls were gone. Father Thomas believed they had disappeared into private collections. Then last month, something that matches their description appeared in the inventory records of a local antique distribution warehouse. Tomorrow morning, I am starting a job there. Not as myself. Different name, different history, different address. I will probably spend several weeks pretending I know nothing about those dolls. That is normal now. What is not normal is the iron box sitting across from me. The same box Father Thomas sealed 18 years ago. The box containing the broken pieces of my bathroom mirror. I keep it close. Not because I like looking at it, because I need to know where it is. The salt inside has been replaced many times. The iron has been inspected. The lock has been changed. The box has never been opened. Not once. Sometimes late at night, I hear something from inside. A faint movement, a tiny scrape against metal. Once, about 6 years ago, I heard 3 soft taps, then 3 more. The same rhythm I used to knock on my parents' bedroom door when I was a child. Father Thomas told me never to answer, so I did not. I am safe as long as the box remains sealed. At least that is what we believe. But there is something Father Thomas told me years after the incident that I wish he had never said. When the mirror broke, the duplicate had already become partially physical. That means part of it had completed the transfer. Some piece of me may be inside that box, and some piece of it may still be inside me. There is no test for that, no rule explaining what it means, no prayer that proves which parts belong to whom. Most days, I do not think about it. Then sometimes I pass a mirror. I blink and I wait. My reflection blinks with me, usually. But I never stay long enough to check twice. That desk took more from me than skin and ink. It took away the idea that I could ever have one normal life, one home, one identity, one name. If somebody ever opens that iron box and exposes those shards to light again, the reflection will continue exactly where it stopped 18 years ago. It will remember my face, my movements, my voice, my memories. And after 18 years of waiting, I imagine it has had plenty of time to practice. That is how I met Father Thomas. This happened last night, and I still have no idea what to make of it. Nothing actually happened to us in the end, which is probably why part of me keeps wondering if I am making it sound worse than it really was. But the more I think about it, the stranger it feels. I have gone over the whole thing again and again in my head, trying to come up with some normal explanation for what that man was doing, and I still cannot find one that makes me feel any better. My boyfriend and I had gone to a park late in the evening just to spend some time together. It was not really the kind of park with playgrounds, sports fields, or people walking around at night. It was more like a large parking area surrounded by woods, with a lake nearby and a highway running close to it. During the day, I imagine it is probably a peaceful place. People can park, walk near the water, maybe fish, sit outside, or just enjoy being away from everything for a while. At night, though, it feels completely different. Once the sun goes down, the trees around the parking lot turn into this solid, dark wall. You can hear cars passing on the highway every now and then, but the road is far enough away that the sound feels distant. The lake is almost invisible, except for a little shine if there's enough moonlight. There are not many lights around either, so once you are sitting in your car, most of what you can see beyond the windows is darkness. My boyfriend and I had been there before, so neither of us was particularly nervous about being there. We were not doing anything unusual. We were just sitting in the back seats of the car talking. It had gotten fairly late, and as far as we could tell, we were the only people left in the parking lot. That was one reason we were relaxed. There had been other cars earlier, but people had slowly left until it was just us. Every once in a while, one of us would glance outside, but mostly we were focused on our conversation. I do not remember what we were talking about when I first noticed the light. It appeared somewhere ahead of us. At first, I barely paid attention to it. My immediate thought was that another car must have been leaving. You know how headlights can suddenly appear between trees or reflect strangely across a parking lot? I thought it was something like that. Then I realized that did not make sense. There were no other cars. I sat up a little and looked through the window more carefully. There was a bright white light roughly 100 feet in front of us. It was not headlights. It was a flashlight. Someone was standing out there in the darkness and pointing a flashlight directly toward our car. I told my boyfriend to look. He turned around, saw it, and immediately became more alert. For a few seconds, neither of us said much. We were both trying to figure out who it could be. Because we were in a public park fairly late at night, our first thought was that maybe it was a park ranger, police officer, security guard, or someone else coming to tell us that the park was closed. That would have made complete sense. I actually expected the person to walk over, knock on the window, and say something like, "You guys need to leave." Instead, the light stayed where it was. From that distance, we could not really see the person behind it. The beam was too bright. Every time I tried to focus on the shape holding it, the flashlight made it impossible to see much beyond a vague, dark figure. Then the person moved. The flashlight turned away from us and swept across the ground. We watched the beam move toward the road, then across some nearby objects. It seemed like whoever was carrying it was simply walking around and looking at things. That made both of us relax a little. Maybe it really was someone checking the park. Maybe it was a ranger doing some kind of routine inspection. Maybe it was just another person walking around near the lake. It was weird, but not necessarily threatening. After a minute or so, the person seemed to move away from us. My boyfriend and I looked at each other, basically shrugged, and went back to talking. I remember thinking that if the person wanted us to leave, they would eventually come over and tell us. Nothing happened. For maybe 5 minutes, everything was completely normal again. Then, the light came back. This time, it was much closer. I noticed the glow outside the side window before I realized what I was looking at. I turned my head and immediately froze. The flashlight was no longer 100 feet away. It was right beside our car, maybe 5 or 10 feet from the side door. Someone was standing there in the dark, holding the flashlight and pointing it directly toward us. The difference in distance was what bothered me most. 5 minutes earlier, that person had been far across the parking lot. Now they had somehow walked almost all the way to our vehicle without us hearing or noticing anything. Neither of us had seen them approaching. There had been no footsteps, no voice, no movement around the windows. Just suddenly, that light was there. My boyfriend sat up quickly. I did the same. We stared toward the person. The flashlight was bright enough that we still could not clearly see their face. I could make out the general shape of someone standing behind the beam, but not much else. What made it even stranger was where they were aiming. They were not shining the flashlight around inside the car. They were not trying to look through the windows. They were not searching the ground. They were just pointing the light at the car, at us, and standing there. At that point, curiosity was fighting with fear. We still thought there was a chance this person might have some official reason to be there. Maybe he was a ranger. Maybe he was security. Maybe he wanted to talk to us, but was waiting for us to notice him. So we rolled down the window. That seems stupid now. If I could go back, I probably would not do it. But in the moment, we were confused more than scared. My boyfriend called out something like, "Hello?" No answer. I tried. "Do you need something?" Nothing. The parking lot was so quiet that we would have heard even a normal speaking voice. The person did not respond. The flashlight did not move. The figure did not come closer. He did not step back either. He just stood there. I remember the silence becoming much more noticeable after we spoke. Before that, the situation had simply been strange. Once we asked him what he wanted and got absolutely no reaction, it started to feel wrong. There is something deeply uncomfortable about speaking directly to another person and having them completely ignore you while staring in your direction. My boyfriend said something else, probably asking if everything was okay. Still nothing. I could hear the distant sound of traffic from the highway and maybe some insects in the woods, but the person beside our car did not make a sound. I could not even tell if he was looking directly at me because the flashlight was covering most of his upper body from my view. For a moment, I wondered if maybe he could not hear us, but that made no sense. He was only a few feet away. Then I started wondering if he was waiting for us to get out of the car. That thought immediately made me uncomfortable. I told my boyfriend I did not like this. He agreed. Neither of us opened the door. We were still trying to decide whether we should simply drive away when something else happened. A police car entered the parking lot. We had not called the police. That is important. Neither of us had contacted anyone. We had not sent a message to a friend asking for help. We had not called the park, security, or 911. The police car just appeared. There was no siren. The emergency lights were on, though, flashing across the dark parking lot. The moment I saw it, I actually felt relieved. I thought, okay, good. Maybe the officer is here because the park is closing. Maybe this entire thing is normal. Maybe the guy with the flashlight works here, and the officer is doing a patrol. My boyfriend and I immediately assumed we were about to be told to leave. I climbed from the back seat toward the front so I could get into the passenger seat. While I was moving, I kept watching the man outside. The second the police car came closer, his flashlight went off. The darkness swallowed him almost completely. Then I saw his silhouette moving away. That changed the feeling of the situation instantly. If he was a ranger or security guard, why would he turn his flashlight off when the police arrived? Why would he walk away? I watched him head toward the far end of the parking lot. My boyfriend started climbing out of the back so he could move into the driver's seat. I remember thinking that I wished he would just climb through the inside of the car like I had instead of stepping outside, because I suddenly did not want either of us outside that vehicle. He was only out there for a few seconds, but I watched everything around him. The police car drove behind us. For a moment, I thought the officer might stop at our car. He did not. The patrol car continued toward the far end of the lot. Then, something happened that made the whole thing even stranger. The flashlight came on again. The man pointed it toward the police car. I remember staring at him and thinking, what are you doing? Who points a flashlight at a police car in the middle of the night? Almost immediately afterward, the light went off again. The police vehicle continued around the edge of the parking lot and stopped near a small shed at the end of a sidewalk. That was the same direction I had seen the man's silhouette moving. The officer got out. From where we were, I could see him heading toward the shed. My boyfriend got into the driver's seat and started the car. Neither of us needed to discuss it anymore. We were leaving. Whatever was happening between the police officer, the shed, and the man with the flashlight, we did not want to be part of it. My boyfriend pulled out of our parking space and started driving toward the exit. I kept looking behind us. The police officer was still near the shed. I could not see the flashlight anymore. The man seemed to have disappeared. Part of me wondered if the police had come there specifically because of him. Maybe someone else had called earlier. Maybe the officer had seen him walking along the highway. Maybe people had reported someone wandering around the park. There were plenty of reasonable possibilities. Still, none of them explained why the man had walked directly up to our car and stood there silently. We reached the exit of the parking lot and turned toward the main road. There's a bridge nearby that crosses over the highway. As we approached the road, I happened to look up toward it. There was a bright light on the bridge. At first, I thought it had to be some kind of fixed floodlight. The light looked too bright and steady to be the same flashlight. I pointed it out to my boyfriend. Is that him again? He glanced toward it and said something like, no, that's probably a floodlight. That made sense. For maybe 2 seconds, I accepted it. Then the light switched off. A dark figure became visible behind where the light had been. It was the man. He was walking across the bridge. I felt this wave of cold go through me. I remember saying something like, no, that's him. My boyfriend looked again. By then, the light came on briefly, moved and shut off again as the figure continued walking. Somehow, while we had been leaving the parking lot, that man had gotten from near our car, toward the shed, and then out onto the bridge. Maybe there was a shortcut. Maybe there was a trail through the trees. I do not know. But seeing that same light above the highway made it feel like he was still watching us leave. We kept driving. Neither of us wanted to turn around and find out what was happening. Once we were on the main road, we started talking about the whole thing. At first, we were both trying to laugh it off. Maybe he was homeless. Maybe he was mentally ill. Maybe he had been drinking. Maybe he was looking for something and did not know how strange he was acting. Maybe he was trying to scare us. Maybe the flashlight was his way of telling us to leave. But every explanation created another question. If he wanted us to leave, why not say anything when we rolled down the window? If he was just walking around, why approach our car? If he was curious about who was inside, why not shine the light through the windows? If he was some kind of park employee, why did he walk away when the police arrived? And why did he point his flashlight at the police car? The police showing up without us calling them bothered me too. It could have been completely unrelated. Police probably patrol places like that at night. Maybe officers regularly check the parking lot because people hang out there after dark. That would actually be the simplest explanation. But the timing was strange. The man had been standing just feet from our car in complete silence, and then a police vehicle arrived almost immediately afterward. The officer did not come to us. Instead, he went toward the same area where the man had walked. That made me wonder if somebody else had reported him. Maybe we were not the first people he had approached. Maybe the officer had already been looking for him before arriving. We will probably never know. What stays with me most is that moment when the flashlight was beside the car. I keep thinking about how quietly he must have approached. We were sitting there talking, completely unaware that someone was walking closer and closer through the dark. At 100 feet, he had seemed harmless. At 10 feet, everything felt different. If he had wanted to get right next to the car, he probably could have. If he had wanted to stand outside my boyfriend's door instead of several feet away, we might not have noticed him until we opened it. That is the part that makes me uneasy now. At the time, I kept thinking there had to be some normal explanation, because normal explanations make you feel safer. You see a flashlight in a park, you think ranger. You see a police car, you think routine patrol. You see someone walking alone at night, you think maybe they're just out for a walk. But when I put all of those things together, the situation does not feel normal. There was also something about the way he stayed silent that I cannot stop thinking about. Even if he had simply told us the park is closed, I probably would not be writing this. Even if he had said, sorry, I thought this was someone else's car, it would have made the entire thing less disturbing. Anything would have been better than silence. Instead, two people inside a car rolled down a window and directly asked him what he wanted, and he just stood there with a bright light aimed at us. It felt deliberate, like the silence itself was part of whatever he was doing. I do not know if he wanted us to be scared. Maybe he did. If so, it worked. I also cannot figure out whether he had been watching us before we noticed the first light. That thought did not occur to me until later. We only noticed him when he turned the flashlight toward us from across the parking lot. But how long had he actually been there? 5 minutes? 20 minutes? Was he already in the woods when we arrived? Had he seen us sitting in the back of the car and decided to come closer? There is no way to know. The park was dark enough that someone could have stood near the tree line without us ever noticing. That realization bothers me more than the flashlight itself. For all I know, he may have been watching us for a long time before deciding to let us know he was there. My boyfriend thinks there is a good chance the guy was just trying to mess with us. I hope that is all it was. There are people who enjoy making strangers uncomfortable, especially late at night when they know the situation already feels isolated. Maybe he saw a couple sitting alone in a car and thought it would be funny to shine a flashlight at us. Then, when the police showed up, he decided it was time to leave. That explanation is possible. But if he was joking around, he took it much farther than I would expect. Walking silently to within a few feet of someone's car is not a harmless joke. Neither is standing there after they acknowledge you. And if the police were there because of him, then whatever he had been doing may have started before he ever noticed us. I keep wondering what would have happened if the police car had not arrived. That is probably the question that bothers me the most. Would the man eventually have walked away? Would he have come closer? Would he have tried the door? Would he have spoken? Was he waiting for one of us to get out? My boyfriend had almost done exactly that when he moved from the back seat into the driver's seat. Thankfully, the police were already there by then, and the man had moved away. But before the police arrived, we had both been considering getting out to figure out what he wanted. That seems insane now. In the moment, though, you do not immediately assume someone is dangerous. You try to understand. You tell yourself there is probably a reasonable explanation. That instinct can be useful, But sometimes, I think it can also keep you in a bad situation longer than you should stay. If anything similar ever happens again, I am not rolling down the window. I am not waiting to see what the person wants. I am just leaving. Another strange detail is how quickly he seemed to move around the area. When we first saw him, he was roughly 100 feet ahead of us. Then, within minutes, he was standing near our car. After the police arrived, he headed toward the shed. Then, while we were driving out, he somehow appeared on the bridge. I do not think there was anything supernatural about it. I am sure there are walking paths or shortcuts I did not notice. Still, when you are sitting in a dark parking lot and the same light keeps appearing in different places, it starts to feel like you cannot keep track of the person holding it. That was exactly how it felt. Every time I thought we knew where he was, the light disappeared. Then it came back somewhere else. First across the parking lot, then beside the car, then near the police vehicle, then above us on the bridge. The flashlight almost became the only thing we knew about him. I never got a clear look at his face. I could not tell you his age. I could not even give a useful description of his clothes. All I really remember is the shape of a person standing behind a painfully bright light. And maybe that is why the memory feels so disturbing. There is no face attached to it, just the light. When I got home, I kept replaying the moment when we rolled down the window. I remember hearing my own voice call out. I remember waiting for an answer. I remember the flashlight remaining perfectly still. That silence feels much worse in hindsight. If he had been confused, he could have answered. If he had needed help, he could have asked. If he had been an employee, he could have identified himself. Instead, nothing, just a stranger standing in darkness beside our car. I also wonder what the police officer found at the shed. We left too quickly to see. Part of me wishes we had stayed somewhere at a safe distance, just long enough to know if the officer spoke to the man. Another part of me is glad we did not. There was nothing we needed badly enough to justify staying. We were already uncomfortable, and leaving was the safest choice. I have tried searching for some explanation for behavior like that, but there are too many possibilities. Maybe he was watching the parking lot for some reason. Maybe he thought we were someone else. Maybe he was waiting for another person. Maybe he was trying to intimidate us into leaving. Maybe he was checking cars to see if they were occupied. That last possibility is one I really do not like thinking about. If someone wanted to break into parked cars, they might shine a light toward them first to see if anyone moved, but once we clearly showed that we were inside, why stay there? Why not immediately walk away? Another possibility is that he simply was not thinking normally. There are people who wander at night for reasons that make sense only to them. If that was the case, maybe there never was any plan. Maybe his behavior seemed threatening because we expected normal social reactions from someone who was not behaving normally. That is probably the most innocent explanation I can come up with. But innocent does not necessarily mean safe. Someone can have no specific intention to hurt you and still be unpredictable enough that you should leave. I think that is what I learned from this. You do not always need to know exactly what someone's intentions are before deciding a situation is unsafe. Sometimes, the fact that you cannot understand their behavior is enough. My boyfriend and I have talked about whether we will go back to that park at night. I do not think I want to. During the day, sure. At night, probably not. Before this happened, the empty parking lot had felt private and peaceful. Now I keep picturing how dark the woods were around us. I keep imagining someone moving between the trees while we sit inside the car, completely unaware. Maybe that is unfair. Maybe the man was harmless. Maybe the police officer talked to him and found out he was simply taking a walk. Maybe the whole thing looked much worse from our perspective than it really was. I would actually prefer that explanation. But I doubt I will ever know. The only thing I know for certain is what we saw. We were alone in a parking lot late at night. A man with a flashlight appeared roughly 100 feet away and pointed the light directly at our car. We assumed he was probably a ranger or someone checking the area. He moved away. A few minutes later, without us seeing or hearing him approach, the same flashlight appeared only several feet from the side of our vehicle. We rolled down the window and asked what he wanted. He did not answer. He did not move. He simply stood there with the flashlight pointed toward us. Then, without us calling anyone, a police car entered the parking lot. The man immediately turned off his flashlight and walked away. The officer drove toward the same area where the man disappeared and got out near a small shed. As we left, we saw that same bright light again, this time on the bridge over the highway. At first, we thought it was a floodlight. Then, it switched off, and we saw the man's silhouette walking across the bridge. Maybe there is a simple answer to all of this. I hope there is. But I keep coming back to the same question. What was he waiting for when he stood beside our car? If the police had not arrived when they did, how long would he have stayed there? And if we had opened the door instead of just rolling down the window, what would he have done? I do not know. I am glad I never found out. When I was around 17 years old, I went almost everywhere on my bike. The town I lived in was not small, but it was not a huge city either. Around 80,000 people lived there, which honestly felt perfect to me at the time. It was big enough to have a proper town center, shops, restaurants, schools, events, and plenty of people to meet. But it was still quiet enough that you could ride your bike around without constantly dealing with traffic. Most of the area around the town was covered in forest. If you rode about 15 minutes outside the main town, there was another place people technically called a town, although calling it that was probably generous. It was really just a group of houses built along one long road, with fields and trees surrounding almost everything. That was where my father lived. My name is Joel. I am 26 now, but this happened when I was 17. My parents divorced when I was very young, so living between two homes had always been normal for me. I had 2 bedrooms, 2 sets of clothes, 2 birthday celebrations, and sometimes even 2 holidays. I mostly stayed with my mom, but I went to Dad's house often enough that the trip there felt completely ordinary. I knew the road by memory. I knew every bend, every field, every dark section where the trees leaned over the road. I knew where the pavement became rough and where the streetlights stopped. That is important, because what happened that night began with something that absolutely should not have been there. It was late when I decided I wanted to spend the night at Dad's house. There was no big reason. I think I was bored at home and had not seen him for a few days. At that age, plans did not need much thought. I called him. "Can I stay over tonight?" "Yeah, of course," he said. Then he offered to come get me. "I don't mind picking you up. We can grab some food on the way." I told him not to bother. His house was only about 15 minutes away by bike, and I had ridden that road hundreds of times, probably more than 1,000. At around 11 that night, I sent him a message saying I was leaving. Before I started, I checked the lights on my bike. The front one worked. The red light on the back worked. Good enough. The road to Dad's place could become incredibly dark, especially once it entered the forest. There were almost no streetlights outside town, and in some areas the trees were so dense that even moonlight had trouble reaching the road. Still, I was not nervous. I had done it plenty of times before. About 5 minutes into the ride, I reached the first really dark section. The houses behind me disappeared. The road became quieter. Trees rose on both sides, black against the night sky. My bike light only showed a small section of road in front of me. I kept riding. I had developed a simple rule for that road when I was younger. Just look forward. Do not stare too long between the trees. Do not imagine anything walking beside you. Do not think about how far away the nearest house is. Just keep moving. Nothing will happen. At least, that was what I believed. Halfway through the road, the forest opened into a large area of fields. There was corn on one side. On the other side was an open grass field. That section was still dark, but without the trees blocking the sky, the moon gave enough light to see much farther. That was where I saw the cabin. I stopped riding. At the far end of the grass field stood a small wooden cabin. There was nothing especially frightening about it. It actually looked almost comfortable. Wooden walls. Small windows divided into 4 sections by wooden frames. Red curtains hung inside. A soft yellow light shone through the glass. It looked like the kind of place you would expect to see in an old photograph. The problem was simple. There had never been a cabin there. I knew that field. I had ridden past it in daylight, rain, snow, summer, winter, morning, afternoon, and night. There was no cabin. There had never been a cabin. I put one foot on the ground and stared at it. Maybe someone had built it recently. That was the first explanation that came to mind. But even that felt wrong. A building does not appear overnight without anyone noticing. There would have been construction equipment. Materials, people working. I had gone down this road only a few days earlier. The field had been empty, completely empty. Yet there it was. I became so focused on the cabin that I stopped paying attention to everything else. I stood in the road with my bike beside me. The darkness around me seemed to disappear. All I could see was that warm yellow light. Then something inside me suddenly changed. I do not know how else to describe it. It was not a sound. Nobody touched me. There was no cold wind. It was just fear. Deep, instant fear. The kind that starts somewhere low in your body and shoots upward before your brain even understands what is wrong. It felt like that moment when you almost fall from somewhere high. For 1 second, your body knows you are about to die. Then you catch yourself. That exact feeling went through me. I turned my head. 2 headlights were coming straight toward me. Fast, I jumped backward. The driver swerved and hit the horn repeatedly. The car passed close enough that I felt air move beside me. I fell backward into the grass near the cornfield. For several seconds, I just sat there trying to understand how close I had come to being hit. The car stopped a short distance away. A door slammed. A figure stepped out. It was too dark to see their face. Then, the person started running toward me with both arms out. For 1 terrible second, I thought the driver was furious. Maybe they were going to scream at me for standing in the middle of the road. Then, I heard a woman's voice. "Are you okay? Did I hit you?" I knew that voice. "Molly?" The figure stopped. "Joel, what are you doing here?" Molly had lived next door to my dad for as long as I could remember. We had known each other almost our entire lives. When we were younger, we would spend hours in the fields behind our houses or sit around the small group of trees near our gardens. I had also had a huge crush on her for years. Of course, I had never told her. At 17, I could barely speak normally around a girl I liked. Molly was small, with long black hair and bright green eyes. She had freckles across her face and dimples that appeared whenever she smiled. She was sweet and thoughtful, but she was also the type of person who would say exactly what she thought. She never tried too hard to impress anyone. That was probably one of the reasons I liked her. She stood over me, still breathing hard. "Don't worry," I said. "I'm fine. You didn't hit me. I thought I killed you." She laughed nervously. "You scared me to death." I laughed too. Once she realized I was not hurt, she sat down beside me in the grass. For a minute, everything felt normal again. Then she asked, "Why are you even out here this late?" "I'm going to my dad's." "I didn't want him to come pick me up." She looked across the field. "Then why were you standing in the middle of—" She stopped, her eyes fixed on the cabin. I did not need to explain anymore. "There," I said. "That's why." Molly stared. "You know that wasn't there before." Yeah, she looked confused rather than afraid. That definitely wasn't there yesterday. Then, in typical Molly fashion, she immediately said, "Want to go look?" I should have said no. I know that now. But at 17, a strange cabin and a pretty girl suggesting an adventure sounded like the beginning of a good night. And honestly, I missed her. We had not spent much time together lately. School, friends, family, and everything else had slowly pulled us into separate lives. I saw this as an excuse to talk again. "Yeah," I said. "Let's do it." Molly moved her car farther into the grass so it would not get hit by passing traffic. I left my bike beside it. Then we started walking across the field. The cabin looked farther away than I expected. The grass reached above our shoes and brushed against our legs. The moon was bright enough that we could see where we were going, but most of the field still seemed gray and empty. Molly walked beside me. Every now and then I caught myself looking at her. Her green eyes reflected the moonlight. Her hair moved in the breeze. I was thinking about how stupid I had been for never telling her I liked her when something moved near the tree line. Fast, a dark shape slipped between the trees. I stopped. I heard branches break. Molly continued walking for another few steps before noticing I had fallen behind. "What are you waiting for, Slowpoke?" She smiled. "Are you scared?" "Me? Never." I tried to sound relaxed. "I'm the calmest guy you know." "True," she laughed. "Maybe I'm the scared one." As I caught up, she grabbed my arm and pulled herself closer. That probably should have made me feel safer. Instead, my 17-year-old brain almost completely stopped working. A girl was touching me. I could feel my face getting hot. Then she asked quietly, "Why did you really stop?" "Nothing. Did you hear something?" "No. I was just looking around." I did not want to tell her what I saw. If it was an animal, I would look stupid. If it was not an animal, I did not want to scare her. I changed the subject. "What have you been doing lately?" She told me about school. I asked about her parents. We talked about people we both knew. For a while, it almost felt like the old days. Then we got closer to the cabin. That was when the sounds disappeared. It happened suddenly. One moment, there were insects, wind, leaves, and distant traffic. Then, almost nothing. The change was so quick that we both noticed. It felt like someone had switched on noise cancellation. Molly stopped talking. I looked around. "Must be the trees," I said. That explanation made no sense. There were fewer trees around the cabin than there had been near the road. Neither of us pointed that out. When we finally reached the cabin, I noticed something that had been impossible to see from the road. A narrow path ran behind it and disappeared into the forest. A tall fence surrounded that section of woods. The gate was covered in locks. Not one. Several. Chains, padlocks, metal bars. Molly walked toward it. Why would anyone put this much fencing here? She looked into the dark trees. Are they trying to keep something inside? I don't know. I stared through the fence. And I don't think I want to know. Molly laughed nervously. For about a minute, neither of us said anything. Then she turned back toward the cabin. "So, are we going inside?" Neighbor boy? I laughed. You were always terrible at nicknames. She gently hit my shoulder. Then something crashed inside the forest. We both froze. It was not a small branch breaking. This sounded heavy, like an entire tree trunk had snapped. The noise was deep enough that I could almost feel it through the ground. Molly took a step backward. That scared the hell out of me. Another step. Can we go? I should have agreed. Instead, I looked at the cabin. Let's get inside. I tried to make my voice sound brave. I think that's safer. It was one of the dumbest things I have ever said. To this day, I still see what happened next in flashes. The cabin door, Molly's face, the yellow light, the impossible space beyond it. Even after the huge sound from the woods, everything around us had become quiet again. Sometimes, far away, we could hear a car passing on the road. That was the only reminder that the normal world still existed. We stood in front of the wooden door. Molly whispered, "What if somebody's inside?" "I have a solution." I knocked 3 times. Nothing. We waited. Still nothing. I wrapped my hand around the handle. The metal felt cold. Slowly, I pushed it down. The door opened. I expected a room. Instead, I saw myself, me and Molly, standing on another doorstep. For several seconds, my brain refused to understand what my eyes were seeing. Beyond the door was the same grass field, the same road, the same cornfield, and another version of the cabin. The other Joel stood exactly where I should have been standing if I was looking back at myself. The other Molly stood beside him. We both stared. "What are we looking at?" I whispered. I watched the other Joel's mouth move. He was saying the same words. For a second, I thought it was a mirror. Then a car passed on the road behind us. I heard the sound. I saw the headlights move behind my shoulder. But on the other side of the doorway, no car appeared. That was when I understood. It was not a reflection. There was depth beyond the door, real distance. It looked like I could step through. Like the cabin door was not opening into a room at all. It was opening into another version of the field. Another place. Maybe another world. Molly grabbed my arm. "Let's go." I did not move. "Joel, come on. Let's leave and watch a movie or something." "I don't like this." I barely heard her. My mind was trying to understand something that should not exist. "Joel?" She pulled harder. "Joel." That finally snapped me out of it. I turned. Molly was no longer beside me. She was several steps back, staring toward the fenced forest. Her face had changed. She looked genuinely terrified. I saw something. She backed away. "Get me out of here." I reached toward her. Before I could follow, a voice came from behind me. My voice. "No." I turned. The other Joel was looking directly at me. "You don't want to do this, Joel." My stomach dropped. The other Molly was still standing beside him. But she was not afraid. She was not backing away. She was smiling. Those same dimples. Those same green eyes. She looked completely calm. My Molly screamed from halfway across the field. "Joel, come on." The other Joel stepped closer to the doorway. "I can fix this. I could barely speak." "What? I can fix it fast and easy." His voice sounded exactly like mine. "Just let me do my thing, then we can both go our own ways." I wanted to run. I also wanted answers. That was the problem. Fear told me to leave. Curiosity kept me standing there. The other Joel reached both hands through the doorway. "Hold my hands." I stared at them. "Why?" "Close your eyes." His expression stayed calm. "Clear your mind." Behind me, Molly was still shouting. I do not know why I trusted him. Maybe because he looked like me. Maybe because some part of my brain decided that if something had my face, it could not want to hurt me. I took his hands. They felt real. Warm, solid nothing like a reflection. Close your eyes, he said again. I did. For around 20 seconds, nothing happened. I could hear soft footsteps. Someone moved away from the cabin. I wanted to open my eyes, but the other Joel kept holding my arms. Then he suddenly pulled them downward. Sit, I obeyed. 5 more seconds. I counted silently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open. I opened my eyes. We were both sitting on the doorstep, still holding each other's arms. For a moment, I had no idea which side I was on. Then the other Joel smiled. It's fixed. I stared at him. What did you do? I know you have questions. He stood. But this is just how we live. That sentence has bothered me more than almost anything else. Not this is how it works. Not this is what happened. He said, this is how we live. Then he walked away. He crossed the other field toward the road. The other Molly was already there. She stood beside her car, opening the driver's door. I watched the other Joel approach her. They looked completely normal, like 2 teenagers heading home after a strange night. Then I heard Molly screaming behind me. Well, are you coming back or what? I turned. My Molly was still halfway across the field. She was alive. She was scared. She was waiting for me. Coming, I shouted. I stepped away from the cabin. The moment my feet left the doorstep, all the sounds returned. Insects, wind, leaves, traffic, everything came back at once. But it was wrong, too loud. The crickets sounded almost deafening. The wind seemed to rush through the grass. Even my breathing sounded strange. I turned around. The cabin was gone. Not dark, not hidden. Gone, there was only empty grass where it had been standing. No foundation, no doorway, no yellow light, no red curtains, nothing. The fenced woods were gone, too. The locks, the gate, the path, all of it had disappeared. Molly ran toward me. What happened? I did not know what to say. She grabbed my arms. Joel, what happened over there? I looked at the empty field. I don't know. That was the only answer I had. We walked back toward her car and my bike. Neither of us suggested searching for the cabin. Neither of us tried to explain it. Molly offered to drive me to Dad's house. I said yes. There was no chance I was riding alone after that. We loaded my bike into her car as best we could. During the drive, she kept asking what I had seen. I told her about the other version of us, the other Joel, the other Molly, the doorway, the hands. She believed me. I think that scared me more. She said something else had been standing near the trees while I was at the cabin. She could not describe it clearly. She only said it was tall, too tall, and it moved behind the fence as if it was waiting. She thought it was coming closer. That was why she ran. When we reached Dad's house, every light was on. He opened the door before I even knocked. You took forever. He looked at Molly. Everything okay? We both said yes. Neither of us wanted to tell him. What could we say? A cabin appeared in a field and its door opened into another world? Dad would have thought we were drunk. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the other Joel. Not because he looked frightening. That was the problem. He looked normal. He looked exactly like me. The same clothes, the same face, the same voice. But there had been something different in his eyes. Not evil, not angry, just tired, like he had done this before. The next morning, I asked Dad whether anybody had built a cabin in the field near the road. He looked confused. What cabin? I described it. Small, wooden, red curtains. He shook his head. There hasn't been anything in that field since before you were born. I rode past it later that day. Empty. Completely empty. No tracks. No damaged grass. No sign that Molly had parked her car there. No sign that we had crossed the field. Nothing. I tried to convince myself that I had imagined some of it. But Molly remembered everything, too. We talked about it for months. Then, slowly, we stopped. Life moved forward. We finished school, we became adults. We moved away. Molly and I stayed friends for a while, but eventually we lost contact. Sometimes I search her name online. She seems fine. Normal life, normal job, normal photographs. I have never asked if she still thinks about the cabin. I do, even now. There is one part I have never been able to understand. When the other Joel held my hands, he said he fixed something. I never knew what. For years, I assumed he meant the doorway. Maybe we had somehow opened something that was supposed to remain closed. Maybe touching him allowed him to seal it. That explanation made me feel better. But sometimes I remember those footsteps I heard while my eyes were closed. Light footsteps, moving away from the doorstep. And I think about the other Molly, how calm she was, how she stood there smiling while my Molly was terrified. I think about the other Joel walking toward her car after telling me everything was fixed. And then I wonder if we really went back to our own lives. Maybe he did not close the doorway. Maybe he switched something. Maybe he switched us. I know that sounds crazy. I still have all my memories. My father was the same. My mother was the same. My home looked the same. Nothing obvious changed. But there are little things. Things I could probably explain away if I wanted to. My father insists the lamp in his living room has always been green. I remember it being brown. There was a small grocery store near my mom's house that I remembered closing when I was 14. After that night, it was open again. When I asked Mom about it, she said it had never closed. There are songs I clearly remember hearing before they were supposedly released. A teacher I remembered from school did not remember me at all. None of those things prove anything. Memory is unreliable. People get things wrong. I know that. But sometimes, late at night, I search satellite images of that field. There is never a cabin. I have checked old photographs, too. Nothing once, years later, I drove there at around 11 at night. Same time, same road, same field. I stopped in almost the exact place where Molly nearly hit me. I waited. Nothing appeared. I stayed for nearly an hour. Eventually, I felt ridiculous and drove home. I never tried again. There is one last thing. A few months ago, I ran into Molly. Completely by accident. She was visiting family. I was visiting Dad. We saw each other outside a small shop. She looked almost exactly the same. Older, obviously, but still the same green eyes, same dark hair, same dimples. We talked for a few minutes. Normal stuff. Jobs, family, people we used to know. Then I finally asked, "Do you remember the cabin?" Her smile disappeared. For a long moment, she just stared at me. Then she said, "I was wondering when you'd ask." My stomach tightened. "What does that mean?" She looked toward the road. I remember it. Everything? Most of it. I waited. She seemed nervous. Then she asked me something I did not expect. "Do you remember holding his hands?" I nodded. Molly looked pale. "And closing your eyes?" "Yes," she swallowed. "Joel, I never saw you open them." I stared at her. "What?" She stepped closer. "When you grabbed his hands, I ran. I know." "No." She shook her head. "You don't understand." She looked straight at me. "I ran all the way back to the road. I got in my car. I waited for you. My mouth went dry. You came back." "Yes, no," her voice shook. "Someone came back." Neither of us spoke. Then Molly whispered the sentence I have been thinking about every night since. "When you got into my car, you asked me what my name was." I told her that was impossible. I had known her my whole life. She nodded. "I know." Then she walked away. I stood there watching her go. I wanted to follow her. I wanted to ask 100 questions. I did not. Because deep down, part of me was afraid of what she might say. I am 26 now. 9 years have passed since that night. I still call myself Joel. My parents call me Joel. My friends call me Joel. Every document I own says Joel. I remember being Joel. I remember my childhood. I remember riding that bike. I remember seeing the cabin. But every once in a while, I stand in front of a mirror and stare at myself longer than I should. I think about the other Joel. I think about what he said. I fixed it. Then I remember something else. Something I did not understand at 17. When he walked away from the doorway, he never looked back. Not once. He did not look confused. He did not look scared. He looked relieved, like someone who had finally found a way home. It happened during my first year of college. When I first moved into the hostel, I heard all kinds of strange stories from the older students. Most of them were obviously made up. One senior told us that if you looked into the bathroom mirror after midnight and said the name of a student who had died there years ago, the lights would turn off by themselves. Another claimed that somebody could sometimes be heard crying inside one of the empty rooms on the top floor. There were stories about shadows in the corridors, doors opening on their own, and footsteps following students back from late-night study sessions. Nobody took those stories seriously. They were just part of hostel life. Every new group of students got scared by the older ones, and then a year later, those same students would probably tell the stories to the next group. There was only one warning that the seniors repeated more seriously than the others. They told us never to use the main staircase between 2:00 and 3:00 in the morning. At first, I thought that was the funniest rule of all. Why? I asked one of them. He just shrugged. Use it if you want. Then another senior sitting beside him looked at me and said, just don't complain if something follows you. They laughed after saying it, so I laughed too. I assumed it was another joke. For most of my first semester, I never had any reason to test the rule anyway. I was not the kind of person who stayed awake until 3 in the morning. At least, not then. That changed during my second semester. We had an exam coming up that I was completely unprepared for. I had spent the previous week telling myself I would start studying tomorrow. Then tomorrow became the next day. Then the next. Eventually, the night before the exam arrived, and I realized I was in serious trouble. The hostel could be loud at night, so I went to the college library after dinner. The plan was to study for 2 hours. I stayed much longer. Every time I looked at the clock, I convinced myself I only needed another 20 minutes. One more chapter. One more set of notes. One more topic. By the time I finally packed my books away, the library was almost completely empty. I checked my phone. 2:26 a.m. I remember staring at the time and immediately thinking about the staircase rule. Then I laughed at myself. I was tired. That was all. I had an exam in a few hours, and I needed sleep more than I needed to worry about some stupid hostel story. The walk back to the hostel took only a few minutes. The campus was almost completely silent. The buildings looked different at that hour. During the day, everything was filled with students, traffic, shouting, and music. At night, the same place felt abandoned. Streetlights created small circles of yellow light on the paths. Everything between them was dark. I reached the hostel entrance and used my key. The lobby was empty. Usually, even late at night, there was somebody around. A student getting water. Someone sitting on the stairs using their phone. A group quietly talking. That night, there was nobody. I closed the entrance behind me. The sound echoed through the building. I immediately noticed that most of the lights on the ground floor were off. Only the emergency lights remained. The staircase ahead of me was dark at the bottom. But above it, near the first floor landing, one light was glowing. It was strange because the lights were normally controlled together. Either the staircase lights were on or they were off. I stood there looking at it. Then I checked the time again. 2:39 a.m. Of course, I whispered. I could have waited downstairs until 3. That would have been the smart thing to do. But I was exhausted. I had class early. And I still did not truly believe the warning. So I started climbing. The first few steps were normal. My shoes made soft sounds against the stairs. The building was so quiet that every little noise seemed louder than usual. Halfway up, I heard another step behind me. Tap. I stopped. Silence. I looked over my shoulder. Nobody. I continued. Tap, tap. This time I stopped immediately. The footsteps stopped too. I turned all the way around. The staircase behind me was empty. The lobby below was dark. I could see the front door. No movement, no person. Nothing, I laughed nervously. Very funny. I had no idea who I was talking to. Maybe the sound was an echo. Old buildings made strange noises. Wood expanded. Pipes clicked. Shoes echoed. There were 100 normal explanations. I kept climbing. Then the steps started again. Tap, 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 slow, always behind me. I refused to look back again. The stupid stories were getting into my head. That was all. I reached the first floor landing. The light above me buzzed softly. For a second, it flickered. Then my phone vibrated. I almost dropped it. I pulled it from my pocket. 2:47 a.m. There was a message from my roommate. Bro, where are you? I felt relieved. Finally, something normal. I typed back, coming to room. I started walking toward the next staircase. The typing indicator appeared. 3 dots. Then disappeared. Then came back. My roommate seemed to be typing something long. Finally, a message arrived. Don't come upstairs. I stopped walking. I stared at the screen. What? His reply came almost immediately. I'm in our room. There's someone outside knocking. I felt the first real wave of fear. I looked toward the stairs. The second floor was above me. Our room was up there. I typed, who? Before I could send anything else, I heard it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from somewhere above me. 3 slow knocks. Not loud, but clear. I stood completely still. My phone felt cold in my hand. I slowly raised my head and looked toward the upper corridor. Someone was standing at the far end. A boy. At least I thought it was a boy. He looked young. Maybe a student. He was wearing an old version of our college uniform. I recognized it from photographs hanging in the administration building. The uniform had been changed years earlier. The boy's head was lowered. His arms hung beside him. He did not move. For a moment, I actually felt relieved. There was somebody there. A normal person. Maybe a senior was trying to scare me. Bro? I called. The boy did not react. My phone vibrated again. I looked down. My roommate had sent another message. Don't talk to him. I felt cold all over. I looked back up. The boy was still standing there. Then, very slowly, he raised his head. I wish I could explain his face properly. It was not covered by shadow. There was light in the corridor. I could see his hair, his uniform, his neck. But where his face should have been, there was only darkness. Not black skin, not a mask, not shadow, just darkness. Like someone had removed the face and left an empty space behind. I took one step backward. The boy tilted his head. I ran. I do not remember deciding to run. My body just moved. I rushed up the remaining stairs and into the corridor. I did not look toward the far end again. I focused only on my room. The numbers on the doors passed quickly. 214, 215, 216, then mine. 217, I grabbed the handle, unlocked, I threw myself inside and slammed the door. My roommate was sitting on his bed. He jumped when I entered. What the hell? I locked the door, then pushed the small table in front of it. My roommate stared at me. What's wrong with you? I could barely breathe. Who was that? Who? The guy outside. What guy? The guy in the corridor. My roommate's expression changed. He looked toward the door. I didn't see anyone. I pulled out my phone. Then why did you tell me not to talk to him? He looked at me. What? You messaged me. No, I didn't. I stared at him. Stop messing around. I'm not. I unlocked my phone. The conversation was still open. I showed it to him. Look. He read the messages. Bro, where are you? Coming to room. Don't come upstairs. There's someone outside knocking. Don't talk to him. My roommate's face slowly lost color. He took the phone from my hand. Bro. What? Why are you showing me messages from your own number? I laughed. Not because it was funny. Because my brain did not know what else to do. What are you talking about? He handed the phone back. I looked at the top of the conversation. The name was gone. My roommate's name was not there anymore. The sender was my own phone number. I checked again. Same number. Mine, I opened the contact details. My number. I checked my roommate's actual conversation. There were no messages from that night. Nothing. I felt sick. Then we heard it. Knock, knock, knock. Both of us looked toward the door. The sound had come from the hallway. My roommate whispered, "Did you lock it?" Yes, we stayed completely silent. Another 3 knocks. Knock, knock, knock. My roommate grabbed the metal water bottle beside his bed like it was a weapon. I picked up the wooden chair. We waited. Nothing happened. No voice. No footsteps. No attempt to open the door. After several minutes, we slowly moved the table away. Neither of us opened the door. We stayed awake until sunrise. Every few minutes, I checked my phone. The messages remained. At around 3 o'clock, something else changed. All of the messages disappeared except one. Don't come upstairs. That was it. No earlier conversation. No bro, where are you? No warning about someone knocking. No don't talk to him. Only those 3 words. Don't come upstairs. I tried taking a screenshot. The screenshot appeared completely black. I tried again. Same thing. My roommate saw it too. Neither of us knew what to say. When morning finally came, the corridor filled with students again. Doors opened. People walked toward the bathrooms. Someone played music. Everything felt normal. That almost made the night worse. My roommate and I eventually opened the door. There was nobody outside. No damage. No footprints. Nothing. I went to my exam. I barely remember it. I probably failed. Afterward, I decided I needed answers. The hostel warden had worked there for years. If the seniors knew something about the staircase, he probably did too. I found him in his office. He was drinking tea and reading paperwork. Sir? He looked up. Yes? I wanted to ask about the staircase. He frowned. What about it? I hesitated. The rule about not using it between 2 and 3 in the morning. His expression changed immediately. It was subtle, but I saw it. He placed his cup down. Who told you that? The seniors. He leaned back. Did something happen? I told him almost everything. The footsteps. The boy. The messages. I left out some details because saying them aloud made them sound ridiculous. When I mentioned the time, his face became even more serious. 2:47? Yes, he looked toward the office door as if checking that nobody else was listening. Then he sighed. 3 years ago, a student died on that staircase. I felt my stomach tighten. What happened? The official report said he was sleepwalking. Sleepwalking? The warden nodded. He fell. At 2:47? Again, he nodded. I thought about the boy's old uniform. Was he wearing the old uniform? The warden looked at me sharply. How do you know that? I did not answer. I did not need to. He already understood. He rubbed his forehead. I told them we should close that staircase at night. Who? He ignored the question. Then he said something that made everything worse. His room was on your floor. I swallowed. Which room? The warden stayed quiet. Sir, which room? He pointed vaguely toward the end of the building. 217, I stared at him. That's my room. He looked confused. What? Room 217. That's my room. The warden stopped moving. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. Then he stood. Show me your key. I took it from my pocket. He looked at the number attached to it. His face changed again. Son. What? There hasn't been a room 217 in that hostel for 3 years. I actually laughed. It was automatic. That's impossible. He did not laugh. The room was sealed after the accident. What accident? You said he died on the staircase. He did. Then why seal the room? The warden looked away. He suddenly seemed uncomfortable. I've already said too much. I stood. My room is 217. He shook his head. No, yes, it is. No. His voice became firm. Go check. So I did. I walked back to the hostel. The entire way, I kept thinking he had to be confused. Maybe he remembered the room number wrong. Maybe there had been another 217 somewhere else. I climbed the staircase during the day. Nothing happened. The corridor looked completely ordinary. I walked toward my room. 216, then my door. I looked at the number. 218. I stared at it. For several seconds, I genuinely thought somebody had changed the metal plate as a prank. I reached into my pocket. My key tag said 218. I felt dizzy. I knew my room had been 217. I had written it on forms. I had told my parents. I had told friends. I had seen the number every single day for months. 217, now it was 218. My roommate opened the door. What are you doing? What number is our room? He looked at me strangely. 218? No. What? It was 217. He laughed. Bro, what are you talking about? It's always been 218. I moved past him and looked toward the space beside our room. There should have been another door. There was only a wall. Plain, painted, no doorway. No number. Nothing. I walked closer. The paint was slightly different in one section. Just enough that, once you noticed it, you could see the outline of something rectangular beneath it. A former doorway. I put my hand against the wall. Cold. Much colder than the rest of the corridor. My roommate came up behind me. What are you doing? I did not answer. I knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Nothing happened. I stepped away. For the rest of the day, I tried convincing myself I had confused the number. Maybe exhaustion had affected my memory. Maybe I had always lived in 218. Maybe the staircase story had caused some kind of panic attack. That explanation worked until night. My roommate wanted us to stay somewhere else. I refused. I think part of me needed to prove that the whole thing was over. We kept the lights on. Neither of us studied. Neither of us spoke much. At 2:30, I checked my phone. No messages. 2:40. Nothing. 2:45. My roommate sat on his bed, staring at the wall where room 217 had once been. 2:46. The hostel was silent. Then the time changed. 2:47 a.m. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from behind the wall, not from the corridor. Behind it, from inside the room that no longer existed. My roommate jumped to his feet. Nope. He grabbed his shoes. We're leaving. My phone lit up. One new message. The sender was my own number. I did not want to read it, but I did. You forgot to come home. I showed my roommate. He did not say anything. Then another message appeared. I'm waiting. We left. We spent the rest of that night sitting outside near the security desk. The next morning, the messages were gone. I asked the warden more questions. He refused to answer. Eventually, one of the older hostel workers told me more. The student who died had lived in 217. Apparently, he had been acting strangely for several weeks before his death. He told his friends that someone kept knocking on his door at 247 every morning. He also claimed he received messages from his own number. Nobody believed him. Then one night, his roommate woke up and found him standing beside the door. The student kept saying somebody was calling him home. His roommate tried stopping him. The boy walked out. A few minutes later, he fell down the staircase. That was the official story. The worker said the strange part was that his body was found at the bottom of the stairs, but his footprints had been going upward. I asked what that meant. The worker told me he did not know. After his death, students living near room 217 started reporting knocking. Then a second student disappeared. Not died. Disappeared, his belongings were still in his room. His shoes were beside his bed. Nobody ever found him. After that, the college sealed room 217. They changed the numbering. 218 remained 218, but students slowly forgot there had ever been a room between 216 and 218. That was what the worker claimed. I asked why I remembered living in it. He stared at me, then asked, "Are you sure you did?" That question stayed with me. I started checking old photographs. I had pictures from my first semester. In some, I was standing in front of my hostel room. The number was always 218. I found an old message I had sent my mother after moving in. Room 218, second floor. I had typed it myself. There was no evidence that I had ever lived in 217, except my memory. I remembered the inside perfectly. The desk near the window, the crack in the ceiling, the wardrobe door that never closed properly, the stain beside the bed. But when I described those things to my roommate, he told me I was describing our current room. 218, that terrified me even more. It was almost as if the room had not only disappeared, it had moved. Or maybe something inside it had moved into ours. For the rest of that semester, I never used the staircase between 2 and 3 in the morning. Neither did my roommate. Sometimes we still heard knocking from behind the wall. Always 3 knocks. Always at 247. We stopped answering. I changed my phone number. The messages continued. Not every night, maybe once every few weeks. Always from whatever number I was currently using. Sometimes they said, "Come upstairs." Other times, "You left me alone." Once, "This is your room, too." I transferred to another hostel the next year. The messages stopped. For a long time, I thought that was the end. College ended. I moved to another city. I got a job. Years passed. I rarely thought about that staircase anymore. Then, about 6 years after graduation, I attended a college reunion. A few friends wanted to walk around the old campus. Eventually, we reached the hostel. The building had been renovated. New paint, new lights, security cameras. I asked one of the current students whether there were still stories about the staircase. He laughed. "Yeah, seniors tell us not to use it between 2 and 3. I felt cold. "Why?" He shrugged. "Some student died years ago." I asked about room 217. His smile disappeared. "What room?" 217, he shook his head. "There isn't one." I already knew that. Still, I went upstairs. 216, wall, 218, exactly the same. I stood in front of the blank section. Then I noticed something carved into the paint. Very small, almost invisible. 3 words. I leaned closer. They said, "Welcome home, bro." My phone vibrated. I had not received one of those messages in years. I pulled it out. Unknown sender. No, not unknown. My own number. One message. 247 tonight? I left the hostel immediately. I never attended another reunion. I have changed phones many times since college. Different numbers, different networks, different cities. It does not matter. Every few years, usually when I start believing I imagined everything, a message appears. always from my own number, always at 2:47 in the morning. The most recent one came last month. It only contained a photograph. The picture showed an old hostel corridor. At the far end stood a boy wearing an outdated college uniform. His face was completely dark. Behind him was a door, room 217. The door was open. Inside was a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, my old room, or the room I somehow remember as mine. The boy was standing beside the doorway with one hand raised, almost like he was inviting me inside. Below the photograph was one sentence: "You still have the key." I laughed when I read it, because I knew that was impossible. I had returned every college key when I graduated. I had not thought about them in years. Then I remembered an old box in my closet. It contained things from college: photos, notes, an old student ID. I opened it. At the bottom was a single brass key. Attached to it was a faded plastic tag. 217. I have no idea how it got there. I have not thrown it away. I tried. The first time, I dropped it into a trash can several blocks from my apartment. The next morning, it was on my bedside table. The second time, I threw it into a river. 2 days later, I found it inside my coat pocket. Now I keep it inside a locked drawer. Sometimes, at 2:47 in the morning, I hear 3 knocks. Not from my front door, not from the window, from inside the wall beside my bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. Then my phone lights up. The message is always the same now. You forgot to come home. I am running out of options. And, more literally, I am running out of rope. This morning was the 5th time I tried hanging my niece. Before you decide I need to be locked inside a psychiatric hospital, let me explain something very important. I have tried almost everything: hanging, burning, drowning, pills, a knife, once. Although I stopped almost immediately, because even after everything I had already done, I still could not handle the feeling of pushing a blade into someone I loved. None of it worked. She simply would not stay dead. At this point, I have started wondering whether I am the one who is actually dead, and she is the normal one. Because every time I think I have finally ended whatever this is, she comes back. Sometimes immediately. Sometimes after a few minutes. Once, after I tried burning her, she disappeared for almost an entire afternoon. I sat on my kitchen floor crying because I thought it was finally over. Then I looked toward the living room. She was sitting on the couch, perfectly normal, hands resting in her lap, long curly hair around her shoulders, smiling at me. Not angry, not hurt, just smiling. You are probably wondering why none of this has appeared on the news, why there are no stories about an undying young woman and her increasingly desperate aunt who keeps trying to kill her. There is a simple answer. Nobody else can see her. As far as I can tell, nobody else can touch her either. Only me. Believe me, I tested that. At first, I was convinced I was having some kind of complete mental breakdown. That explanation, honestly, would have been easier. Grief can do horrible things to people. I knew that. So when I first started seeing my niece after her funeral, I went to therapy. I told my therapist that I saw her sitting in corners, standing across streets, waiting outside grocery stores. Sometimes I woke in the middle of the night and found her beside my bed. My therapist said grief hallucinations were more common than most people realized. People sometimes heard the voices of loved ones after death. They smelled their perfume. They thought they saw them passing through another room. So I accepted that explanation. I took the medication I was prescribed. I went to every therapy appointment. I slept more. I stopped drinking for a while. Nothing changed. She remained. The medication made me tired. The therapy helped me talk about the grief. But neither one made my niece disappear. Eventually, after months of treatment, I was told there was no evidence I was psychotic. Depressed, yes. Traumatized, definitely. But not insane. That should have made me feel better. It did not. Because if my mind was not creating her, then I had to consider another possibility. Maybe she was actually there. I tried leaving. First, I took a vacation. I booked a hotel several states away and spent 3 days trying to pretend I was a normal 40-year-old woman taking some time for herself. She came too. I would see her at the edge of the hotel pool, in the reflection of the elevator doors, standing beside vending machines, waiting outside restaurants, always smiling, always silent. I moved apartments after that. Same thing. New neighborhood, new building, new furniture. Same niece. She became a permanent part of my life, like a strange pet I had never asked for, except pets normally react when you talk to them. My niece did not. For almost the entire time she haunted me, she never spoke. She barely even moved. She would stand somewhere and watch, or sit quietly if I was doing something that took a long time. If I watched television, sometimes she sat on the other end of the couch. If I cooked, she stood near the kitchen doorway. If I went running in the morning, I saw her along the route. That last one bothered me more than almost anything else. I thought maybe my brain expected to see her in certain places. So I changed my route. The next morning, I ran somewhere completely different. There she was, standing near a bus stop. The morning after that, I changed direction again. She appeared beneath a tree. I started choosing routes randomly. Left when I normally went right. Side streets I had never used, parks across town. It did not matter. She was always there. Waiting, watching, smiling. Eventually, I stopped asking whether she was a hallucination. I accepted that something impossible was happening. My new goal became simple. I wanted to make it stop. The hardest part is that my niece and I had been very close when she was alive, probably closer than most aunts and nieces. I never had children of my own. I had not been in a stable relationship for years, and eventually I stopped expecting that part of my life to happen. My sister, on the other hand, had a daughter and a career she treated almost like a second child. She worked constantly. Business trips, long days, meetings, conferences, promotions. At first, I only helped with small things, picking my niece up from school, taking her to appointments, watching her for an afternoon. Then, it became weekends. Then, weeks. Eventually, there were stretches where she spent more time with me than with her own mother. I never complained. I loved having her around. When she was little, I helped with homework. When she got older, I drove her to the mall. I took her to get her nails done. I sat through terrible teenage movies with her. She came to me after her first breakup. She came to me when she fought with her mother. She called me when she was scared about college. By the time she was 23, I was not simply her aunt. In a strange way, I had become another mother to her, which was why her disappearance destroyed me. At first, we did not know she was dead. We only knew she was gone. Then, the packages started arriving. I still have trouble talking about that. The first box appeared outside my sister's house. Nobody delivered it. There was no shipping label, no postage, no note. It was simply there. My sister found it in the morning. Inside was my niece's hand. It had been wrapped carefully, almost respectfully. She was wearing the ring I had bought her for her 16th birthday. That was how we knew. The police came. Detectives, forensics, everyone. The security cameras were checked. Nothing, One moment, the front step was empty. Then, somehow, the box was there. There was no person approaching, no vehicle stopping, no shadow, nothing. The footage seemed to skip from no box to box. Police assumed there had been some technical issue. Then another package appeared. A tongue. Later, an ear. Then an eye. Every piece belonged to her. Dina confirmed it. Each package arrived the same impossible way. No delivery, no person, no explanation. My sister became obsessed with finding her. She called detectives constantly. She hired private investigators. She spoke with anyone willing to listen. I helped as much as I could. We searched. We begged. We waited. Nothing came. Then the packages stopped. No more body parts. No more messages. No new evidence. The case simply dried up. After 6 months, the investigation slowed. Officially, it remained open. In reality, everyone had run out of things to do. There were no suspects, no location, no complete body, no clear motive. My sister eventually stopped fighting the police. I think the whole thing had broken something inside her. Being told someone is dead is horrible. But losing someone without having the whole body creates a different kind of pain. With death, there's at least an ending. A grave, an urn, a funeral, somewhere to place the grief. With missing people, especially when you know pieces of them have been found, there is no clean ending. You keep wondering whether the rest of them is still somewhere, whether they suffered, whether they were alive longer than you think, whether someone knows the answer and simply refuses to tell you. Eventually, we held a funeral. There was no full body, only the parts that had been recovered. Closed casket. Obviously, it felt wrong, like pretending. But we needed something. My sister needed somewhere to visit. I did too. After the funeral, my sister changed. She stopped talking about her daughter. She removed some photographs from her home. She went back to work. She built a wall around everything that had happened. I grieved differently. I could not let go. I had loved that girl like my own child. Now she was gone. Except she was not, because I kept seeing her. At first, I thought maybe she had unfinished business. That is the first explanation people always give in ghost stories. A spirit remains because there is something they need. Maybe she wanted justice. Maybe she wanted her killer found. Maybe she wanted us to locate the rest of her body. I started talking to her. No response. I asked questions. Nothing, I begged. Nothing. I told her I loved her. She smiled. I told her I was sorry. She smiled. I promised I would live for her. That became something I repeated often. I told her I would experience the things she never got the chance to experience. I would travel. I would date. I would do ridiculous things. I would enjoy the life she had lost. For a while, I wondered whether saying that had somehow trapped her. Maybe promises had power. Maybe when I told her I would live for both of us, something took me literally. Maybe I became a chain holding her spirit here. That idea made me feel sick. What if she wanted to move on, but I was preventing her? So I tried living. Really living. I went on vacations. At 40 years old, I tried recreating a college spring break. I recommend never doing that. My knees hurt for a week. I tried dating again. That went badly. I went dancing. I took classes. I traveled. I tried doing all the things I imagined a 23-year-old might regret never getting to finish. Nothing changed. My niece remained, always smiling. Eventually, I started visiting psychics and mediums. I know. If you had told me years earlier that I would spend thousands of dollars talking to people with crystals, incense, tarot cards, and supposedly open third eyes, I would have laughed. Grief makes you desperate. I saw spiritualists, mediums, energy workers. people claiming they could communicate with the dead. Most of them said the same things. She loves you. She wants you to release your guilt. She is at peace. She wants you to forgive yourself. Which sounded suspiciously similar to therapy, except therapy had been covered by my insurance. I spent 2 months doing that. I was about ready to stop when I met one last medium. She was different. For one thing, she did not spend much time asking me questions. She had one bright green eye. The other was covered with a black eye patch. I remember that detail because staring at the eye patch was easier than thinking about what I was doing there. She listened to my story. Then she said something nobody else had suggested. "Why don't you recreate your niece's death?" I stared at her. What? Recreate how she died? I don't know how she died. Exactly, she leaned closer. If she keeps returning, perhaps understanding the way she died will help you understand why. I should have left. Instead, that idea stayed with me. Maybe because it was the first suggestion that was not something I had already tried. Maybe because I was exhausted. Maybe because part of me had already lost whatever line separated reasonable decisions from desperate ones. That was how the killing started. I tried hanging first. My niece did not resist. That was the disturbing part. She let me place the rope around her neck. She let me pull it tight. She simply looked at me and smiled. Then she stopped moving. For a moment, I thought I had done it. Then she appeared in my bedroom that evening. No injuries, same smile. I tried again in another way, same result. Every attempt ended with her disappearing or becoming still. Then she returned. Sometimes there were signs of whatever I had done. A bruise, a burn, a mark around her throat. But those always faded. I hated myself each time. Then I did it again. Because by then I was convinced I was not really killing her. She was already dead. I was trying to understand. I was trying to release her. At least that was what I told myself. The truth was uglier. I wanted her gone. Seeing her everywhere, it stopped feeling comforting. It felt like an accusation. Every smile seemed to say the same thing. You didn't save me. You weren't there. You failed. The medium had said other things that day. Most of them blurred together. I had seen too many people and heard too much nonsense. But one sentence came back to me this morning. Because this morning, for the first time, my niece communicated with me. I woke up late. Immediately, something felt wrong. Then I realized why. I could not see her. Usually, she was somewhere nearby when I woke, standing beside the dresser, near the window, at the foot of the bed. Her absence had become stranger than her presence. For a moment, I wondered if I was still dreaming. I got up and went into the bathroom. Still no niece. I turned on the shower. The water was almost too hot, exactly the way I liked it. I stepped inside and let it run over me. I do not know how long I stayed there. Long enough for the mirror to fog completely. Long enough for my fingers to wrinkle. The heat relaxed me so much that for a little while I stopped thinking about everything else. Then I pulled back the shower curtain. My niece was standing in the bathroom. I almost screamed. The sound died in my throat. She was pointing at the mirror. Blood ran from her fingertip. Not a little. A steady stream. It traveled down her hand and fell onto the floor. The tiles were already slick with red. My eyes followed her finger toward the mirror. Words had been written through the steam. In blood, their E-coming leave now, the letters slowly ran downward as the heat and moisture smeared them. But there was no mistaking the message. This was the first real communication between us since she appeared. I turned toward her, then almost fell backward. Her face had changed. For all the months she had haunted me, she had always looked almost exactly as she had when she was alive. Not anymore. Long cuts ran down from one eye across her cheek and into her neck. The wounds were terrible. Parts of what should have been hidden beneath skin were exposed. Blood covered her chin and chest. One eye remained untouched. It stared directly at me. For the first time, she was not smiling. She looked terrified. No, not for herself. For me. That realization hit harder than the sight of the wounds. She was warning me. I moved before I thought. I did not dry my hair properly. I barely got dressed. I grabbed my purse, keys, phone, and a few clothes. Then I left. I drove without knowing where I was going. The first place I found with vacancies was a terrible roadside motel. Faded sign, dirty carpet, a room that smelled faintly of cigarettes even though the door had a no smoking sticker. I did not care. I paid cash and locked myself inside. My niece came with me. Of course she did. She stood near the door, still wounded, still silent. Hours later, the news showed my apartment building. Fire, a huge one. Flames had spread through part of the structure. Firefighters filled the street. Smoke covered everything. The reporter said the fire had started suddenly. The cause was unknown. Thankfully, everyone had gotten out. Nobody had been seriously hurt. I should have felt relieved. Instead, my stomach became heavy. I looked at my niece. She was standing completely still. Her long, curly hair moved slightly, even though there was no breeze in the room. Blood continued falling from her, but the deep cuts across her face had closed. In their place were bright red scars. I said her name. She did not look at me. That was when I remembered what the one-eyed medium had said. Not the part about recreating the death. Something else. Something I had barely paid attention to. What looks malicious at first may actually be a blessing. I remembered her green eye fixed on me. Think carefully about why your niece would remain attached to you. I had asked what she meant. The medium had smiled. Perhaps she is not trapped. Then she said, perhaps she is protecting you. I had dismissed it at the time. Protection? From what? My niece had stood silently watching me for months. She followed me everywhere. She frightened me. I had spent all this time trying to get rid of her. Now, she had saved my life. If I had stayed in the apartment, I might have been asleep when the fire started, or in the shower, or still wasting time trying to understand the message. Instead, she had made sure I left. That changed everything. For the first time since she began appearing, I stopped seeing her as the problem. I started wondering if she had been standing near me all those months, because something else was watching too. Maybe every morning run had not been about following me. Maybe she had been checking the road. Maybe every time she appeared outside my home, she was guarding it. Maybe the smile had never been an accusation. Maybe she had been trying to keep me calm. A thought came to me that made my skin crawl. What if the reason nobody else could see her was because she was not appearing for them? What if she existed only where she needed to be, near me, between me and something else? I moved closer. She still would not look at me. I'm sorry, I whispered. Nothing. I thought you wanted something from me. She remained still. I thought I was keeping you here. Her good eyes shifted slightly, just enough that I noticed. My throat tightened. Was I hurting you? No answer. All those times, I could not finish. I had tried to kill her over and over. Maybe she could feel it. Maybe she could not. Either possibility made me sick. Then something happened outside the motel room. 3 soft knocks. I froze. My niece's head immediately turned toward the door. Her entire posture changed. Until that moment, she had looked almost lifeless. Now her shoulders tightened. Her good eye widened. Another 3 knocks. Knock, knock, knock. I did not move. A man's voice came from outside. Maintenance. It was almost midnight. I had not called maintenance. My niece slowly stepped in front of me. That was the first time I had ever seen her intentionally place herself between me and something. The man knocked again. "Ma'am, front desk said you've got a leak." I looked toward the bathroom. No leak. My phone was on the bed. I grabbed it quietly. No service. That did not make sense. I had used it minutes earlier. The television changed. The news disappeared. Static filled the screen. My niece backed me farther into the room. "Who is it?" I finally called. Silence. Then the voice changed. It sounded like my sister. Opened the door. My blood went cold. "Come on." "It's me." My sister had no idea where I was. I had not called her. My niece raised one hand. Her index finger pointed toward me. Then she slowly moved it to her lips. Quiet. The doorknob turned. Once, twice, the lock held. Then something scratched across the outside of the door. Not fingernails. Something harder. Metal or claws. I found myself looking at my niece's scars, the ones along her face and throat. Suddenly, I wondered if those were not random wounds. Maybe this was what had made them. Maybe those marks were not showing me how she died. Maybe they were showing me what she had been fighting. The scratching stopped. Silence returned. Then a whisper came through the door. "You can't keep her forever." My niece's head tilted. The motel lights shut off. Everything went black. I screamed. Something slammed into the other side of the door. The entire frame shook. Again, boom, my niece moved closer to it. For a second, her outline seemed brighter than the darkness around her. Then the third impact came. This time, the lock cracked. I backed toward the bathroom. My niece reached behind her without looking. Her hand found mine. That was the first time she had touched me since she died. Her fingers were cold, but real, completely real. The instant our hands connected, images flooded my mind. Not memories exactly, more like flashes. A dark room, my niece tied to a chair, someone wearing a white mask, and I being held up between gloved fingers. My niece screaming, a green eye watching from behind a cracked doorway. I recognized it, the medium. Then, another image. Boxes, my sister's front porch. A hand placing one down. But there was no person attached to the hand. Only a long black shape stretching out of the darkness. Then fire. Blood, my niece running, not with her body. Something else. Something pale and thin, breaking free while pieces of her physical body remained behind. Then me, standing beside an empty coffin, her hand reaching toward me, attaching, holding on. The images stopped. I almost collapsed. The door shook again. I finally understood enough to be afraid for the right reason. My niece had not been trapped because of something I said at the funeral. She had chosen me. The moment her body had been destroyed, something had followed whatever remained of her. She had attached herself to me because I was someone she trusted. And whatever had killed her had been trying to reach me ever since. The vacations, the moves, the strange appearances. She had not been haunting me. She had been keeping them away, whatever they were. The door bent inward. My niece squeezed my hand. Then, for the first time, she spoke. Her voice was weak, barely there. "Auntie," I started crying instantly. She had not called me that since she was a teenager. Run, the bathroom window was small. I opened it anyway. It led to the back of the motel. I pushed out the screen. Behind us, the door finally gave. Something entered the room. I did not look back. I climbed through the window and fell onto the gravel outside. My niece followed without needing to climb. She simply appeared beside me. We ran, or I ran. She stayed beside me. The motel room behind us remained dark. I heard something come through the broken window. Then my niece turned around. She stopped. I kept moving for a few steps before noticing. "What are you doing?" She looked at me. Her face was changing again. The scars opened. Blood ran down her cheek. She smiled. Not the empty smile I had feared for months. The same smile she used to give me when she was alive. The one she gave me whenever she was pretending not to be afraid. "Auntie," she whispered again. Then she turned toward whatever was coming. I wanted to go back. Every part of me wanted to grab her. But I finally understood. All this time, I had been trying to release her. She had been trying to keep me alive. So I ran. I made it to a gas station several miles away. There were people there. Bright lights. Security cameras. My phone suddenly had service again. I called my sister. I called the police. I did not try explaining everything. What could I possibly say? Someone broke into my motel room and my dead niece fought them? The police went to check. They found the door broken, the room destroyed. No intruder, no blood, no niece. Nothing. I have not seen her since. It has been 19 hours. That is the longest she has ever been gone. I should feel relieved. This was what I wanted. For months, I wanted her to disappear. I tried to make her disappear. Now I cannot stop checking every doorway, every reflection, every corner. I keep waiting to see her. Nothing. The one-eyed medium's office is gone, too. I drove there this afternoon. The building was empty. According to the shop owner next door, nobody has worked in that office for years. I showed him a photograph I had secretly taken of the medium during my appointment. He stared at it for a long time, then told me he recognized her. Her name was apparently Celeste. She disappeared more than 20 years ago. Police never found her. He also said something else. She only had one eye. The other was mailed to her family, in a box. No one ever found out who delivered it. So now I am sitting in another motel, different town, different name on the room. I bought a new phone. I have not told anyone where I am except my sister. My niece is still gone. I keep thinking about every horrible thing I did to her. The rope, the fire, the way she never resisted. Maybe she knew I needed to do it. Maybe each attempt was teaching me something. Or maybe she simply loved me enough to let me believe I was in control. I do not know. But I understand the medium's advice now. Recreate your niece's death. Not because killing her again would free her, because every time I hurt her, the injuries that appeared were clues. I thought I was causing them. I was not. I was uncovering them, piece by piece, showing how she died, showing what attacked her, showing what was still following us. I keep staring at the motel door. There are no knocks, nothing under the door, no strange shadows. Still, I do not feel safe. Because if my niece is really gone, there is nobody standing between me and whatever killed her anymore. That is what terrifies me. Not the ghost I spent months trying to destroy. The fact that she might have been the only reason I was alive. And now I keep asking myself the question I should have asked from the beginning. Not why my niece would not leave me. Not why she kept coming back. Not why she could not stay dead. What was she protecting me from?